of Defense when it comes to the health impacts of climate change. We are only as healthy as our planet is.
Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What a pleasure to be with all of you. My name is Maria Neira, or Dr. Maria, as they call me here at the COP presidency. And it's really a great honor and pleasure to be with all of you. With your permission, and if you authorize me, I will be the master of ceremony of this fantastic opportunity that we have in front of us. Today, we will realize a dream. We have been fighting for this moment for many years now, and this dream is coming true at the moment. You heard it on the video. For many years, the World Health Organization, the global health community has been alerting the international community saying climate crisis is a health crisis. Our health is very much affected. We need to respond to all of that. For many years, we have been seeing how our health community was growing and gaining momentum, but we never have the opportunity that we have today. We were ready to go to this COP anyway, through the window, but fortunately, they have offered us the opportunity to go to the main door. And we are extremely happy and grateful for all of that. You saw all the reasons why they are taking us here and making sure that the voice of the health community will be loud and clear. And you will hear it today from all of those who have been championing and now will take the heritage after this historic day of tomorrow, where for the first time we are having this health day and having the voice of, fortunately, many ministers. The number is growing, so I'm not giving you the number yet, but it's growing, and it will be a fantastic momentum. But to start and to make sure that we put the ambition at the right level, creating a lot of expectations, let me then give the floor first. And I see a lot of familiar faces and friendly faces that are very happy with this moment. Let me welcome you, please, to the stage, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, COP28 President, IUE, Special Envoy for Climate Change, and Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology. Please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, it indeed gives me great pleasure to be here this morning and to speak to such an esteemed audience. I must say, if it wasn't for your commitment, your dedication, and your hard work over the past year, working very closely with the COP28 team, I don't think we would be at this place celebrating this first ever Ministerial of Health and Climate meeting. Allow me first, and before I engage with you in this conversation, is to welcome you all to the United Arab Emirates, to Dubai, and to COP28. And as you've heard me say many times before, it is you who drives our determination, our excitement, and our motivation to make this COP be a truly defining moment in our global effort in addressing climate change. This COP is a pivotal moment. We are at an inflection point, and this is the most consequential COP after Paris. It has become very evident to everyone involved, those who are close to the subject at hand and those who are far from this very important conversation, that we don't need any more evidence for climate disasters. I think it is more evident today than ever before that time has come for the world to unite and for the world to act and to deliver. And COP28 is that platform that will provide such an opportunity for us to unite, act, and deliver. The world is watching. Everyone is expecting unprecedented outcomes of this COP. And I have committed myself and the COP28 presidency team to give it our best and to do everything possible to deliver the most ambitious response to the global stocktake. I also want to thank the members of the COP28 Health Steering Committee and all of our partners from the health community, as well as those who are in the climate industry. You all know how appreciative we are of your efforts. You are all doing great work advancing health and the climate agenda. Colleagues, the climate challenge is increasingly becoming a health challenge. You can no longer divide them. They're very much interlinked and interconnected. Beyond extreme heat, storms, and floods, climate impacts are affecting food security, water security, and of course, clean air. The World Health Organization estimates that 7 million deaths could be attributed to air pollution alone each year. And it is the most vulnerable and marginalized in global society who are most likely to suffer. That is why COP28 has joined with the World Health Organization, and I here must recognize and acknowledge the leadership of our good friend and colleague, Dr. Tedros, and for his commitment and devotion for making this be a reality and an important milestone at this COP. We could not have done this without your help, sir. Thank you. And that is why we joined hands with the World Health Organization and the UAE Ministry of Health to organize the first ever Health Day and Health Ministerial at this UN Climate Conference. We look forward to welcoming ministers of health, senior health representatives and delegates from all over the world to come and participate in this very important discussion. The COP28 presidency has developed the UAE Declaration on Climate and Health in partnership with a group of champion countries, including Brazil, Egypt, Fiji, Germany, Kenya, Malawi, Netherlands, the UK, the US, and many others. The declaration seeks to increase cross-sector collaboration, reduce emissions in the health sector, and increase climate health financing. In addition, COP28 is bringing together climate funds, global health financiers, development banks, governments, businesses, philanthropies. And we can't do this, of course, without providing the necessary enablers and facilitation to the private sector. The private sector must find their way to help finance climate health interventions. And I know if we were to think creatively and together, we will develop those opportunities and equip them with the right facilities and enablement. Ladies and gentlemen, COP28 is the first COP to give health its rightful place in the climate agenda. And I am very happy to say that up until this moment, we have received 123 commitments from countries that are ready to sign the health declaration. That is a big achievement. In fact, in my view, it is a giant leap in the right direction. And of course, I continue to engage and I continue to ask many others to sign up. Those who have not signed up already have given me the right signals and positive responses that they will be signing up soon. And I am very much counting on them coming on board. I also ask you to maximize the opportunity we have created together. We must develop real, tangible results through products, through projects, through investment opportunities. We cannot be only focused on text or words on paper. We must translate this vision, this commitment, into real, practical projects, opportunities, and products that will touch the lives and the livelihoods. People is central to our strategic imperative at COP28, and that will continue to stay our focus. Of course, I do count on everyone engaged at this COP to keep our North Star shining at all times, and that is keeping 1.5 within reach. Everything we do must come under that umbrella. Everything we engage on must always align with keeping 1.5 within reach. We must continue to engage and exchange ideas. Please don't hesitate to share best practices. We should allow and enable to uncover innovation, and we should make sure that we become the nucleus and the hub that will allow for more connections and more relationships and more partnerships to be created. At COP28, I ask you to take the opportunity to make a real difference to the health of millions of people around the world. They are watching us and they're waiting for how we're going to respond. And I know I can count on you, and I trust that you will help us respond in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Dr. Sultan, thank you so much. We are absolutely thrilled by your leadership and the way you facilitate for us, for WHO and the international health community, this possibility of having this health day. Trust me, you will not regret it. The health community, the health argument is the one that can motivate and increase this level of ambition that you were asking for. the health arguments are the most powerful and the ultimate opportunity for public health. Now I'm very happy and proud to introduce you to the next two speakers, two keynote speakers that will be telling you how we have championing all of this. My pleasure to then call to the stage Her Excellency Ren Al-Hashami, the Emirates Minister of the State for International Cooperation, and of course, my dear boss, Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Organization. Please join me on the stage. And I will leave you alone.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Dr. Maria, for your introduction. It's a special moment for us in the United Arab Emirates, and certainly with COP28, to welcome the health community, to sit in the forefront and in center stage of what is increasingly becoming a clear climate and health nexus. Global public health has long been a defining priority for our country, from the fight against malaria and polio and NTDs to the addition of global manufacturing capacity for COVID vaccines. So when Dr. Tedros, who is not so prone to hyperbole, says that climate change is the single biggest health threat facing humanity, we must all take notice and certainly take action. And as you've heard Dr. Sultan mention, when we were appointed to serve as president of COP28, we also knew that our frame of mind had to be that climate decisions are also health decisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my sister Reem. Very glad to share this platform with you. Have been working together for more than 15 years now. So such a great honor to share this stage with you. And thank you to you and UAE for putting health front and center as part of its COP28 presidency. And I would say UAE a pathfinder. I truly believe that health can be a game changer for climate action because it matters to everyone. We cannot maintain good health in a world of more frequent and severe heat waves, wildfires, floods, and droughts, with increasing temperatures fueling the spread of infectious diseases, destroying harvests, and increasing water scarcity. Delivering on the Paris Agreement will help to protect both health and the planet. The same air pollution that causes climate change is associated with 7 million deaths a year. Our addiction to oil, gas, and coal is not just an act of environmental vandalism. From the health perspective, it's an act of self-sabotage. At the same time, communities around the world need support to prepare for and adapt to the devastating health harms of climate change. We urgently need to scale up the financing and implementation of adaptation measures, especially for communities affected by extreme weather, sea level rise, and other vulnerable populations with few resources. The health sector has both a responsibility and an important role as a partner for climate action. WHO and the Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate and Health are supporting countries to transition to low-carbon, resilient health systems.
So what we decide here in Dubai on the global stocktake, the global goal on adaptation, the accelerated transition away from fossil fuels, and every other item will mean a huge difference in mortality and in human health as we aim to close gaps in the Paris Agreement by 2030. Because health is the personal experience of climate change. It is the human face of climate change. And therefore, it is our shared duty to present to present and future generations, protecting our climate as the foundation upon which we all depend on for our health and our well-being. And at the same time, there are massive opportunities for our health and prosperity by taking decisive action now. So we do not view investment in the health-climate nexus as a cost, but instead an exceptional lever for our societies and for overall economic productivity, which is why our work with the WHO and the steering committee of champion countries and health institutions have managed to garner and amplify our message loud and clear around the world. And it gives me distinct pleasure on behalf of the UAE and the COP28 presidency to highlight that 123 countries have come together to endorse COP28's UAE Declaration on Climate and Health. This declaration represents a powerful call to action and a new level of ambition to prioritize human health in the fight against climate change. And it captures both the threats and the opportunities that sets out a transformational agenda and shared priorities for countries to act. I look forward to hearing from many endorsers of the declaration at the Health Ministerial tomorrow, along with other individual country commitments and announcements, which I am certain will ensure that the health declaration is turned into action.
Thank you. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of Her Excellency Prime Minister Mia Mottley. Thank you so much for your commitment and support and leadership. And also former Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard. So thank you so much. And to all ministers present today. The declaration emerged from the call by countries for a strong health sector response to climate change and for climate action to protect health. The declaration, which builds on the momentum from past COPs and attach, is a platform to drive political commitments and to serve as clear call to action on climate and health. I thank countries for their commitment to delivering on the commitments of the declaration. WHO is proud to join the many ministries of health attending COP28. This is an unprecedented show of support from the health community for climate action.
It's the WTO's leadership and dedicated work with countries, many who are present in the room today, to tackle climate and health that laid the groundwork for the momentum that we're seeing. But we must turn these commitments on climate and health into action. And to do that, we will require finance. We've worked intensely with our partners to ensure that an initial tranche of finance can back up our political commitment and scale up our solutions. So I'm thrilled to be able to announce an aggregated $1 billion for climate and health, enabled by a series of new financing commitments, including by the Green Climate Fund, the Asian Development Bank, the Global Fund, and the Rockefeller Foundation. These initiatives will be partnering closely with countries and communities to scale up a diverse set of high-impact, nationally determined investments on climate and health. They will be investing in public health measures to protect people and communities from a wide range of climate risks to health. They will be building better, more resilient, and environmentally sustainable health systems. And they will be investing in solutions across sectors that simultaneously reduce carbon emissions and air pollution. This integrated nature of such a consortium has not happened at this scale before, pulling from both climate and health levers. This de-siloing sets the stage for greater quality and quantity of finance on the way to the next round of NDCs and NAPs, as well as the SDGs. As a dimension of this integration, today we are also launching a new set of principles for financing climate and health solutions. The financing principles were developed by COP28 in collaboration with the Global Fund, the Green Climate Fund, and the Rockefeller Foundation. They lay out a common understanding of what climate health investment means in practice. And what it means is that we cannot continue with business as usual, and we must reframe and relook at our entire architecture as we address this new alarming nexus. These principles have now been endorsed by more than 40 partners, including climate financiers and global health financiers, as well as development banks, countries, philanthropies, and the private sector.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your leadership and vision. And we welcome the financing commitments of so many generous partners. And thank you so much for sharing that good news. This is critical, especially for lower income countries, to turn climate and health goals into reality. Truly protecting health demands action to deliver clean air and water, healthy food systems, and sustainable, resilient, and green energy sources for the health sector. It's heartening to see both global health and climate partners coming together, and for ministers of health at COP28 to talk to their counterparts across sectors on how to put health at the heart of the climate agenda. I will leave you with 3 priorities for going forward. First, to deliver on the Paris Agreement and accelerate the phase out of fossil fuels. It's estimated that this will save 1 million lives a year from air pollution. Second, to transition to climate resilient, low carbon health systems. And third, to deliver on your climate finance promises and spend this on saving lives and improving the health of the most vulnerable. Of course, appreciating the announcement that was made by Minister Rim Al-Hashmi. I'm pleased to note that next year, the World Health Assembly will consider its first resolution on climate and health. I look forward to the first COP held day tomorrow, going to be very historic, and to keeping health at the center, or better still, at the heart of the climate agenda. And thank you again, UAE, for your commitment to put health at the center stage.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. We will all continue to ensure that human health in the face of climate change constantly demands perpetual and deep collaboration. I believe we now have the basis within the COP process to move to a greater scale and, importantly, a greater impact, and to end any silly confusion about whether the climate crisis is a health crisis. So on behalf of the UAE and COP28, I'd like to once again thank you and congratulate the community members of health professionals who are here for COP, the leadership in this room that has galvanized the political momentum to address this important cause. You've achieved a milestone moment, and though we might soon need a new metaphor, an unstoppable snowball effect, Thank you all so much for your time and attention. Thank you for being with us.
Yes, the music. Thank you so much. Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for the announcements. Thank you, Dr. Tedros.
Something. Maria normally is high energy, but today I see something. So I want her to be herself, high energy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you both. Amazing. Yes, I think I have energy, renewable energy, the positive one, the human one. And I think you are a little bit all impressed by this amazing room. Please relax. Come on. Come on, relax a little bit. You are too serious. Don't be so impressed. It's beautiful. We are making history, as WHO Director General mentioned, but it will be a healthy, positive, amazing history. And to keep with that track, it's my special honor to now welcome a special appearance, our Prime Minister from Barbados, a very strong voice. Dr. Tedros, please allow her to come in. Her Excellency Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. Please, you have the stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning to each and every one of you. And let me thank both Dr. Tedros and my sister, Minister Reem Al-Hashimi, who both spoke at the opening and who have given us the good news that we are not only agreeing to change course at this COP to include climate and health as our focus, but that it is being anchored by the funding that is necessary to give it oxygen to get off the ground. The reality is that we have come thus far, not just talking about climate and health, but really seeing the consequences of it. The consequences of it for those who have had to endure wildfires, the consequences of it for those who have only known scarcity with respect to food and water, the consequences of it with respect to those who are now the victims of heat. When I was growing up, we used to talk about 96 degrees in the shade as if it was something very far and remote from us, as was made popular in the Third World song. The regrettable reality is that 96 degrees in the shade seems cool for so many today. I pray that this understanding and this agreement to have health at the center now formally, while it has been the reality of too many millions of people across the globe, will mean that we can also seek to get ahead of the curve with respect to the things that we know are likely to happen. We expect that there's a strong possibility of new pathogens that will develop. We expect that we need to be able to ensure that we are in a position to treat persons when and if these new pathogens become a reality across our globe. But what has been the reality for us? I chair the One Health Global Initiative along with Malta, and we focus on antimicrobial resistance, and we need to. It is already the third largest killer in the world, and it is expected to be the largest reason for people dying by 2050. It is expected that it will reverse a century of medical progress, because going to the dentist or having a baby will now become a high-risk act if infections come into play. In the year 2000, the world had 20 firms doing research on antimicrobial resistance and looking for new antibiotics. Today, there are 4 firms. And if we study, the economics of antibiotics just doesn't work, because we take antibiotics for what, 7 days, 10 days, 14 days? But drug companies will invest in those medicines where people take them for years. And that is regrettably not including antibiotics. I pray that we can therefore get to the realization that global public goods require investment in those things that are not economically viable on their own and financially sustainable on their own. And to that extent, therefore, the high-level session at the United Nations General Assembly next year on antimicrobial resistance will hopefully reposition this in our thoughts and also as an object of serious financing that is needed. We have learned recently what happens when we don't get ahead of the curve with the COVID-19 pandemic. The other aspect of it that I'd like us to focus on is the whole question of pharmaceutical equity. Whether we like it or not, there is serious inequity in the world with respect to access to pharmaceuticals. And the time perhaps has come for a South-South alliance that allows people to opt in and countries to opt in to ensure that we can create the markets in the global South and that we can have a just industrial strategy that will allow for access. Had it not been for the vaccine apartheid, we probably would not have paid sufficient attention to this inequity. And it isn't only in relation to vaccines, but let us deal with cancer, let us deal with other debilitating diseases. Simply put, a lot of the biologics are not available in the global South, and even if they're available, the prices are way out of control and therefore not in immediate access for most of our citizens. I pray that therefore this renewed effort to focus on health and to focus on climate will also focus on the consequential areas that are needed if we are to deliver relief to our people in a just and meaningful way. And I look forward, therefore, Dr. Tedros, to you working with the countries of the world to ensure that these things that have been forgotten in the way, as we go along will now become the major focus for us. This world will not survive easily if we continue to decimate populations simply by reason of lack of access through either poverty of nations or poverty of families and individuals. And I look forward, therefore, to lending our voices on this critical area as we focus on so many other things, but without health, we have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I know that you are a Prime Minister, but maybe you should be a Minister of Health as well, because the last sentence was great. No health, no survival. We still have a fantastic program in front of us, and of course we are already late, so probably my fault. But anyway, let me call all my panelists to the stage, please. I'm so pleased to have today Irene Atuaguirre. She's the Uganda Country Director from the SEED Global Health. Irene, please join the podium. Then I have Dr. Christos Christou. He's the President of Doctors Without Borders International. Then I will have the privilege to have as well Dr. Rajit Shah, President of the Rockefeller Foundation, and of course, Mafalda Duarte, the Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund. Peter Sand, of course, the Executive Director of the Global Fund. Please take your seats, leave me this one for me, and it will be an honor to lead this panel. Hola, Mafalda. Okay, wonderful. We promised you at the beginning, at the opening of this event, that you will hear from the leaders of the world. And we are having this special day, Health Day, for the first time ever. So who else better to position what the front line workers, health workers are doing every day? Irene, you want to start on telling us how do you feel on your daily life, the consequences of climate change, and whether you have been able to identify some solutions as well. I hope everybody's okay if I call you Irene Christos. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. That will save us a lot of time. Thank you so much. Irene.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here and to speak on behalf of all health workers. Uganda, my home country, has made tremendous strides in improving the health of our population. We have halved the maternal mortality, and we have increased the life expectancy of the population to 64 years. However, we risk losing this progress because of climate change. We are seeing a huge increase in cases from malaria. and it is still the leading cause of death in Uganda. In 2023, no one in any country should die from a preventable disease such as malaria. Last year, we had the Ebola outbreak. And with climate change, these outbreaks will happen more and more times. For example, in Uganda, we have, for a health worker, instead of seeing 20 patients a day, we are seeing about 100 patients because of diseases like malaria, because of diseases like Ebola. The heavy rainfalls have also increased waterborne diseases like cholera and other diarrheal diseases. So we need to ask ourselves, would we like to be seen by a patient, by a health worker who has seen 20 patients or 100 patients? These diseases are increasing the stress and burnout of health workers at the front line.
Thank you, Irene. You want to keep on going?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I come from Kigezi, which is in the southern part of Uganda. We never used to have malaria. Growing up, I hardly got malaria. However, today, a cold place like Kigezi is having huge cases of malaria. So we need to find the solutions, and we know that these solutions are there. They are simple. For example, last year, in the Ebola outbreak, Seed Global Health with partners worked alongside the Ministry of Health to train health workers in infection prevention and control to stop the spread of the virus. We were able to contain the disease within 4 months. We not only protected our citizens, but we protected the citizens of the world just by investing in the health workers. So today, I want to make this call. We must invest in health. Not only in health, but in the health workers who take care of us. We also have to address the elephant in the room. We need to stop emissions. Many of us here, leaders, are continuing to allow our countries to make emissions at outrageous rates. We need to come together to stop these emissions and protect the health of people in communities like mine and also in communities in other parts of the country. So today, on behalf of all health workers in Uganda and on behalf of citizens of the world, I wish to urge all of us to stop emissions so that we can protect our health and the health of all citizens of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. Definitely the need for adaptation and mitigation. We need to make sure that the health systems are better prepared, and for that we need financing. Thank you very much. Christos, you are the president of one of the leading world medical humanitarian associations. I've been very proud of being one of you, a Doctor Without Borders, a few years ago. You don't need to know how many, but a few years ago. And I'm still very proud of that. What do you see at the ground level, and how are you changing your work at the global level to influence?
Well, Maria, thank you very much, and distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies. I think, having heard all this great news, I would still like to emphasize a little bit on those most vulnerable populations around the world. And I will start by sharing a few words by one of my colleagues in Mozambique. He says, "Those who wonder what climate change looks like should come to Mozambique. We're bearing the brunt of actions by the world's most polluting countries. We now have malaria all year around, and we are stuck by cyclone after cyclone." So yes, as a medical humanitarian organization, we see that the crisis hits the most vulnerable people the hardest. And we know that because we see them in our waiting rooms, from Niger to Mozambique, from Honduras to Bangladesh. We treat patients for infectious diseases like malaria and dengue, for malnutrition, and for health issues linked to extreme weather events. And since last year only, since COP27, we have responded to widespread flooding in South Sudan, Kenya, severe cyclones in Myanmar and Madagascar, and to relentless heat and drought that have driven millions to the edge of starvation in the Horn of Africa. We have responded to concurrent cholera outbreaks in several countries and alarmingly high rates of dengue across the Americas. And the deadly mix of malaria with malnutrition is something that I want to raise here, has kept our pediatric wards full across the Sahel. Especially in Chad, our teams now provide prevention and treatment for malnutrition all year round. I think that so far, there's too little that has been done to protect all these vulnerable people. And many communities are faced with multiple crises. People are paying with their health and their lives for a problem that they did not create. So, as this is a global stocktake, we have to be brave and say clearly that actions to date are failing to meet today's needs, let alone the growing challenge ahead. And the global political leadership has failed to deliver on commitments to curb emissions and to deliver on promises to support the most affected countries to adopt. I think this must change now. We had some great news. I'm really pleased to see that health is coming from the main door, as he's mentioned before, and needs to stay here. Because these communities need to see climate action that equals the scale of the climate emergency. They need real commitment to take the urgent, essential, and overdue actions required to dramatically reduce the emissions. They need concrete financial and technical support to adapt to. And I think we cannot just continue to look on it. It is a humanitarian catastrophe. How many more years will go by? How many more COPs? How many more lives will be affected or lost until and before there are some concrete measures decided? Yes, I want to thank you all, Excellencies, for being also here and make it very clear that we cannot, as doctors and as humanitarians, we cannot afford further catastrophic failure.
Thank you very much. Well, you will see during these days that the health voice will be loud and clear, and hopefully we will have this first health day, but then we will not going back. From here, we want even more. They invite us to come. We are not going out. So I hope they will not regret the fact that they invited us. Let me go to you, Dr. Rashid. You are the president of the Rockefeller Foundation, one of the most important philanthropic organizations. You have a very good record as well on public health issues. And you will be launching those guiding principles for investing in the financial. What do we do to elevate this horrible need that we have at the moment for financing climate change and health? You heard the situation. You want to start with that?
Sure. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'm excited to be here with such a great panel of people that we've known for a long time and really respect the commitments that we've all made to fight against really health inequities on a planetary basis, and it's an honor to be with you. I will say, as the first official gathering on climate and health at a COP, this is in and of itself an extraordinary step forward, and so I want to thank everybody for making that possible. The Rockefeller Foundation's mission for more than 100 years has been to focus on vulnerability, and it's quite clear that there's no greater vulnerability to our planet and to the people that inhabit our planet than climate change. So the session is particularly important. We heard Dr. Sultan, Irene, and others talk about heat, storms, floods, food and water insecurity that is really going to create extraordinary vulnerabilities to even current infectious disease pressures, but also meaningful changes in the actual infectious disease pressures that are faced in community after community around the world, and frankly, the number of threatening, potentially global pandemics like the one we just came out of. So when you look at all of the context of what puts downward pressure on our ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for health we've set, if we're not really squarely focused on studying, learning, and ultimately addressing in local communities across this planet in an equitable manner the threats from climate change, we simply have no chance at being successful at achieving our previously stated health goals. In that context, our foundation and many of you focus on what are those climate solutions that can respond to that crisis. Climate and health observatories, wastewater surveillance, a deeper understanding of the role of nutrition and nutritional sufficiency and what really prevents people from suffering the consequences of infectious disease. And it's for that purpose that our foundation will commit $100 million going forward to climate and health financing, consistent with the, thank you, consistent with the principles that, that we've all worked together to develop. I don't think we should say the foundation or any global entity, including the Global Fund and the Green Climate Fund that spent so much time on this, created these principles, because the principles have come really from more than 50 consultations with civil society organizations around the world and really respond to a very simple question. If you ask communities what they fear, what support they need, and how we should respond to that reality, that then results in these principles. So we should do a better job of listening to local communities, and these principles are actually a codification of that concept. That said, I very much hope that these principles and our collective advocacy for them helps to change the mindset of how we are approaching climate change as a global community. We're here at COP28. We know that the world is trillions of dollars, perhaps 3.8 or $4 trillion a year short on financing a climate transition. We tend to look to the private sector for large-scale solutions that are coming way too slowly and being deployed very inequitably across our planet. And I hope these principles will help leaders, decision makers, activists, and political movements around the world see that this is actually one big integrated fight, not just to abate current emissions, but also to deeply protect the risks that have already been created for billions of people who live in vulnerable communities globally. So thank you for having us, and excited to be here.
Thank you very much, Dr. And you say it, we have this sense of urgency. Health is giving us this sense of urgency. You hear it from the previous speaker. So Mafalda, buenos días. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo estás, María?
Moving to you, because you heard the problem we have in terms of financial support for this very urgent issue of climate change and health. The health system needs to respond. The health community needs to respond. We see already all of those challenges, and we are already paying a huge price for all of that. You are the executive director of one of the largest funds, multinational ones. So how do you see this response? Do you have any suggestions for us, particularly in the next 12 months? I mean, if we need to react as the level of ambition that we will all like to react. So easy question for you, Mafalda.
Thank you, Maria. And let me start by saying that I share your happiness and your energy today, because to me it's a real pleasure to see health taking center stage at a COP. It's long overdue. So congratulations to the UAE and the COP28 team for placing it right at the center of this COP. I say often, I have been speaking about climate and health for some time, and seeing the insufficient attention paid to this climate and health nexus. And I'm going to call on all of you and on your networks to really use health as a lever for climate action and climate ambition. We don't have enough health voices. Everybody cares about health. Who doesn't care about health? So we need to use this connection, this climate and health connection, and use these networks and these communities. We need the health community to be speaking over and over and over again about why climate action and ambitious climate action matter. And it matters for what everybody cares, which is health. So I'm calling on all of you to please do your best to help on this cause. But of course, we also have to prepare the health systems. And we saw, I think we got a taste of the impact that it can have not to have health systems prepared to withstand shocks. The pandemic was a very clear example, but what's coming because of climate is something that we really don't fully understand. A colleague here from Uganda is talking about malaria cases increasing significantly, dramatically, and the health system being unprepared to respond. Unfortunately, what is expected and what we know from the science is that that will increase substantially. So the cost here, the cost of inaction, and governments and ministries of finance, if we articulate this in a clear way, they ought to pay attention because they always care about how much it goes from the state budget to the health system. There are two systems that, in my experience, they always care much about, is education and health. So the costs of inaction are extraordinary. I give you my example, just to bring a personal element to this. I had dengue fever once. And I was 3 weeks without being able to work, and it took me 9 months, and I'm relatively healthy. I consider myself a relatively healthy person. It took me 9 months to go back to where I was prior to dengue. But dengue is expanding, and unfortunately, mostly in the global south. And it has serious personal, social, economic impacts. And this is just one example. Malaria is another example, and so many others. So we really can't fail on these investments, on being champions of this nexus of climate and health, and making sure that we invest a lot more. Countries know this very well. 91% of the NDCs mention health and the need to invest. The flows that are going to health are insignificant. This is why, it's a great pleasure as leading the Green Climate Fund at the moment. It's the largest multilateral climate fund. We will place health as one of the priorities in the next programming cycle. We are already investing, but what we are doing, we are investing already around 450 million, but it's clearly a drop. We need to do a lot more. So today, I am, and it was already mentioned, it's also with great pleasure that I convey to you that with WHO and UNDP, we are preparing a proposal, a significant proposal of a climate and health co-investment facility to leverage public and private capital to promote these climate resilient, sustainable, and low carbon health systems. And because of time, and I know you are already, also it has been a great pleasure to collaborate with the Global Fund and the Rockefeller Foundation and WHO on the principles, on the guiding principles. And there will be more to come because Peter and I are also going to be announcing a partnership between the two organizations to also drive further action and investments in the Global South. So thank you all very much. Look forward to working with many of you. Please be a voice. The health community, please be a voice for ambitious climate action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Obrigada, Mafalda. Those are amazing announcements and definitely the sense of urgency. And we will make sure that the voice of the health community will be heard loud and clear, and every day a little bit more. Today we are many here, but after the decisions, I'm sure that this movement is irreversible. So you will hear more and more. Peter Sant, you are the happy executive director of one of the biggest organizations financing health. that made a lot of progress, the Global Fund on HIV/AIDS, malaria, TB. I'm sure you have something to contribute here on what are the solutions and how do you see that it will be the way to invest more on responding to this climate crisis, which is representing such a devastating negative consequences on the health of the people. Not to forget air pollution, Mafalda, 7 million premature deaths every year, that we could do something about that. Peter, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. I thought Minister Reem Al-Hashimi put it very nicely when she talked about health putting the human face on the impact of climate. But of course, as others on the panel have already said, the impact isn't on all faces equally. It's the poorest and most vulnerable, most marginalized who get hit hardest, by far the hardest, and it will worsen global inequities. And that's why, from a Global Fund perspective, it makes sense that we are investing 71% of our grant funds over the next 3 years. That's about $9 billion in the 50 most vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries, because it's the people in those countries who are already most at risk from the deadliest infectious diseases who are also going to be the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. There's this kind of cruel irony that it's a 2- or 3-year-old in, Irene spoke of Uganda or Crystal spoke of Mozambique. It's a 2- or 3-year-old who has had arguably least contribution to carbon emissions in the world, who is now most likely to be very ill or die as a result of the health impact of climate change. We are seeing actually a very rapid shift in the country-owned programs that we fund through the Global Fund, with an increasing focus on the reduction of carbon emissions, the adaptation of health systems for withstanding extreme weather events or extreme heat, but also actions to anticipate and respond to the changing dynamics of diseases, particularly climate-sensitive diseases like malaria. And a couple of specific things that we are doing. One is around seasonal malaria chemoprevention. Very cost-effective way of protecting children from seasonal malaria. And we're investing over $200 million protecting almost 50 million children. And this is increasingly important because climate change is changing both the duration and timing and making seasonal malaria much less predictable. As another example of how we're helping countries reinforce the resilience of their health systems, we're investing over $300 million in disease surveillance. And I think the critical new thing there is linking meteorological surveillance with epidemiological surveillance so that countries are better able to anticipate surges in diseases like malaria or dengue or cholera. What we've seen already is that responding to the disease impacts of climate-related extreme weather events requires very flexible, quick funding. Recently, we've deployed through our emergency fund around $40 million for Pakistan, for Mozambique, for Malawi, responding to floods and cyclones. For 2024, we have an initial sum in our emergency fund of 12 million. We already know we're going to have to top that up. It's not going to be enough. But collectively, we do need to be able to help countries to respond to such events. None of this is going to happen through any one organization. It's going to require organizations at a global level, regional level, local level, and indeed, critically, as Raj said, the communities themselves. We've certainly been working on our partnerships at a global level. For instance, a couple of weeks ago with Ajay Banga of the World Bank, we signed an agreement around how we're going to work, the Global Fund and the World Bank are going to work together on climate change-related issues. And as Mafalda mentioned, the Green Climate Fund and the Global Fund are also announcing a partnership which is around how we work together effectively on accelerating investments in this arena. And I do think these guiding principles that have been mentioned a couple of times are really important because they give us a common framework and language around which we can work together. They're a starting point, and indeed I see this day as an incredibly important starting point. But I do also think, to reinforce some of the comments of others, we need a sense of urgency about action. The impact of climate change on health is not something that is going to happen. It is happening right now, and people are dying because of it. So I think people should take from today a real sense of this is something that we need to be moving on right now because it is killing people right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have a microphone here, and they are telling me that we are running late. But I will love to ask you a second round of questions, but I'm afraid they will not allow me. But I hope this has created the desire of getting more information. Yes, the sense of urgency. I hope you will hear it again from the Ministers of Health tomorrow. Having such an incredible number of Ministers of Health tomorrow here, signing a declaration, but the declaration is just the beginning. We want to go for more. We need to have investments. We need a strategic alignment on those investments, and we need to make sure that we respond the needs of the frontline people who are already paying the price for a problem that is created by others. A big applause to all of them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. And now, it's not over. It's not over, please. We still have a very important opportunity now. We are very happy and privileged to have with us Julia Gillard. Julia was the Prime Minister of Australia, and now she's the chair of the Wellcome Trust. I think everybody knows Wellcome Trust and the incredible role that they have played as well on the international public health. Julia, what do you get from all of these amazing interventions? Please, you have the closure remarks.
Thank you, Maria, and I'm sure, like me, each of you has been inspired by this incredible event. And we do meet on the eve of a historic occasion tomorrow when the Declaration on Climate and Health will be signed at COP28. So I hope we're all feeling energised and ready for that. And coming to COP should feel like together we are saving lives and protecting people's health. Yet we do know, and the panellists have made this clear, that in the past, hopes for action to prevent and adapt to climate change often seem to evaporate, even as the global temperature continues to rise. So we've got to ask ourselves the question, what makes it so difficult to do what we know is essential? And for leaders and communities, I suspect the answer to that question is threefold. There are always competing crises vying for our attention, the struggles of life today, making ends meet, coping in a rapidly changing world, mean it is harder to focus on the future. And in addition, there is uncertainty about precisely what path to choose. That's all understandable, but we need to bust through these barriers. Leadership at every level, global, national, community, isn't about just getting by or settling for what's possible. Leadership is about making possible what needs to happen. As you've heard, the human costs of climate change are measured in people's lives and the quality of life. It's also measured in the economic cost of a population with more health issues, lower employment, lost productivity, the increased costs of health and social care. Turn it around and these all become savings over the longer term, and they need to be set against the short-term costs. A simple example, research in the British Medical Journal last week showed that transitioning away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy will not only reduce the degree of climate change we face, it will also save, through the reduction of air pollution alone, at least 5 million lives a year, every year. Phasing out fossil fuels is a public health intervention. Growing evidence shows it will protect and promote people's health on a truly global scale. But the world will still get hotter. Adaptations will be needed, from climate-resilient crops to tools that predict where diseases like cholera are most likely to break out. Welcome is a global charitable foundation transforming health through research. We will spend £100 million this year on research to understand the effects of climate change on health and how to protect people. Research to understand the biology of extreme heat's effects, to develop early warning systems for infectious diseases, to assess the health benefits of policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because every possible response to climate change at a global, national and local level has a health dimension. And we believe that taking health into account will tip the balance to making possible the actions that will best prevent further climate change, as well as enabling us to better adapt to what is already occurring. This will protect and enhance our physical and mental health, which in turn bolsters productivity and economic growth. That's why we must all put health and research at the heart of the global response to climate change. What a privilege to be here with you on such an important day. Maria, thank you so much.
So much, Julian. Wonderful announcement. And this is the end of our wonderful, special moment. I hope you are all super energized. The health argument is very powerful. The financing is almost there. I'm sure that our supporters will move into that direction, full of renewable, green, good energy, human energy to sort this out, and the sense of urgency. Thank you all so much. Tomorrow will be a big day, but we are not going back, irreversible. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
I have seen rising rates of heat exhaustion,
depression, double the normal number of asthma exacerbations,
cardiovasculares, infartos, stroke,
problems with kidneys, heart, and lungs.
I've seen children die due to the air quality on our streets.
من الإصابات الميكروبية المتنقلة من الحيوانات,
and the worsening of psychiatric illnesses,
stress and anxiety of not knowing, is this flood going to come again?
When the Category 4 typhoon made its landfall, the hospital's basement flooded.
Heat waves close to 50 degrees.
The unprecedented droughts and locust infestations.
Les vagues de chaleur de plus en plus longues, de plus en plus fréquentes et de plus en plus chaudes rendent les patients de plus en plus malades.
I prescribe healthy air as a right for all children.
I prescribe the rich nations to make the biggest cuts in emissions.
D'investir massivement dans des projets d'adaptation climatique qui touchent la santé.
To invest in reversal of the negative impacts.
To build resilience.
E risolvere le disuguaglianze sanitarie e sociali.
Y dejen de financiar a fossil fuels.
Climate change
is a health emergency, and it is my ethical duty to speak about it.
We have a crisis.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a short, quick announcement to say that the next session, Nature, will begin in 20 minutes. The next session, Nature, will begin in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Tout d'abord, je vous souhaite la bienvenue aux Émirats arabes unis, ici à Dubaï, à la COP28. C'est en effet un plaisir pour nous de vous accueillir ici aux Émirats arabes unis et c'est un honneur pour moi de vous souhaiter la bienvenue ici.
Allow me to begin by congratulating Cuba on its very effective and inclusive chairmanship of the G77 and China Group, and for their initiative to host this first ever G77 plus China summit at a COP. You have brought this group together, and you must stay together. The power of the G77 has always been in its unity and should be continued at this COP. This COP already showed the power of that unity on day one. Such historic advancement of the agenda and such historic consensus and agreement on the establishment and operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund is a historic moment that no one can undermine or underestimate. And as such, we have already demonstrated the power of unity on day one. I believe everyone in this room wants the same thing across all climate pillars and in terms of advancing the implementation of everything we have agreed on as part of our agenda. We want promises to be kept. We want global stocktake outcomes that deliver meaningful action. And we want to keep 1.5 within reach. In short, we want a just energy transition. We want an orderly energy transition, an energy transition that is responsible and that leaves no one behind. We want this transition to be with equity at its heart. We want a transition that will deliver real and tangible results and solutions. I have said it before, and I will say it again. We want your help to make this COP to be the COP of action, a COP of action that will change the game and that will restore faith and trust in multilateralism. And I want this COP to be a game-changing COP for the Global South and for emerging markets. And that starts with action by the Global North. They must work hard, diligently, and seriously to restore the trust of the Global South. I see progress on the $100 billion pledge. I see progress and good traction on the Green Climate Fund, and I'm hopeful that some more and new announcements are coming on the way. And with the strengthening of the IMF's Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which will support climate resilience in low-income and vulnerable countries. As you know, the UAE has stepped up to support the IMF Trust by committing $200 million of special drawing rights. The UAE has been with you. The UAE is on your side, and the UAE will continue to stay with you. This presidency will lead a fully transparent and inclusive process. And I need you to be flexible, and I need you to be willing to push yourselves out of your comfort zone. And I need you to be willing to bridge divides and find common ground to achieve the consensus we all want to achieve. Excellencies, I can promise you this. I will give everything to deliver the outcomes at COP28 that we all want. And I will give everything to ensure that we leave no stone unturned. And I will give everything to deliver what the world really needs. But I need your help, and I need you to step up, and I need you to unite, and I need you to work together. I will push for action at every turn, and I will not hold anything back. That means action to restore trust across the board, and action to close the gap on every track, whether it's mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation, including finance. And I will work with all of you. I will work with the G77 to make sure that COP28 is a COP of action, a COP that will deliver results for the Global South. I ask for your support, I ask for your unity, and I know that together we will be able to deliver. I thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، أدعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة الثانية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Awaka Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
نرجو أن نحظى باهتمامكم. يتم عرض قنوات الترجمة الفورية هنا على الشاشة. إذا كنت بحاجة إلى سماعة رأس للترجمة، فيرجى الحصول على واحدة من الطاولات الموجودة في الجزء الخلفي من القاعة.
May we have your attention? Simultaneous translation channels are displayed here on the screen. If you require a translation headset, please collect one from the tables located at the back of the room. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، أدعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Awaka Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome to the COP28 World Climate Action Summit Presidency event on nature for climate, nature for lives, nature for livelihoods. Distinguished guests, here we are at COP28 in the UAE. It is day 3, and we're just getting started. The solutions are being presented, and they are exciting. Tripling renewable energy, being able to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. It has been established and already pledged on the first day of the conference. These achievements, this progress, ladies and gentlemen, is part of the 4 priorities of COP28, including fast-tracking the energy transition and fixing climate finance. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to talk about nature, which is also one of the COP28's priorities, alongside inclusion. For far too long, ladies and gentlemen, our perspectives, our viewpoints on nature within the climate change discourse has been too narrowly focused. Nature is often diminished to a mere tool, for some, even a replaceable technology. At COP28, we are challenging this viewpoint. We are championing a paradigm shift that recognizes and embraces the holistic contribution of nature, not only for our climate systems, but its irreplaceable and intangible value to us as a people and for our common humanity. Some might ask, but how does nature contribute to climate? And what is nature to people? I cannot think of anybody better to answer these two questions than our two guests. Professor Johan Rockström, Director of the Potsdam Institute, and my dear sister, Maria Jose Andrade Cerda, of the Quichua de Serena Indigenous peoples of Ecuador. Professor Rockström, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Razan Mubarak, Heads of State, Your Excellencies, colleagues, and dear friends, we have today scientific evidence of having transgressed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. This means that we're not only deep in a climate crisis, we're losing resilience in the whole capacity of the planet to buffer the stress caused by the climate crisis. We're losing the ability of stability of the planet because we're transgressing the nature boundaries of biodiversity, fresh water, land system, the configuration of biomes. This is a challenge which really takes on nature and climate for a safe landing at 1.5 here in Dubai. Now, we have scientific evidence. What you see here on this map are the 16 climate tipping element systems which are regulating the climate system. If you look at this map, you see the coral reef systems, the big biomes like the Congo rainforest, the Amazon rainforest, all the ice sheets, all the big ocean circulation systems. 5 of these are at risk, are likely to cross their tipping points already at 1.5 degrees Celsius. Here you have the Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, 10 meter sea level rise, but also all the tropical coral reef systems, livelihoods for over 300 million people, the Barents Sea ice. These are systems that are likely to cross their boundary, their tipping points at 1.5. Unfortunately, we're moving very rapidly towards 1.5. The only way to avoid it currently is the enormous efforts by nature. The proof is right here. You see the hockey stick of continued burning of fossil fuels and emission of greenhouse gases from oil, coal, and gas, and deforestation as the hockey stick pattern. Now, the dark green line here is the 25% of absorption of carbon dioxide from the ocean and another 25% from the intact nature on land. This is what I would call the largest subsidy to the world economy. 56%, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is absorbed by functioning nature in the planet. If it hadn't been for this nature service, we would already have lost 1.5 already today. The challenge is that we are currently seeing very likely risks of overshoot. You may be aware of this, that according to the latest assessments, the pathway to land directly at 1.5 from our current 1.2 degrees Celsius warming is very unlikely. We will probably have an overshoot period, at best, going through 1.5 around 2030, 2035, coming back to 1.5 by the end of this century if we do everything right. The only way to come back is to, 1, decarbonize the global energy system, but also invest in nature. And we have the numbers for that. So I would like to close with this table, which is really the operational agenda for COP28. Budget number 1, to stay within the 250 billion tons of carbon dioxide in the global carbon budget for an orderly phase out of oil, coal, and gas. Budget number 2, a transition of the global food system from the single largest emitter, 4 billion tons, to become a carbon sink of 5 billion tons. It adds up actually to 300 billion tons of carbon dioxide in managing nature, in agroforestry, forest systems, and agriculture. The third budget is another 10 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year in intact nature. We've actually mapped the irrecoverable carbon in all the big biome systems that we need to manage to keep the carbon stocks and carbon sink capacity intact. That one in itself adds up to another 300 billion tons of carbon dioxide. The fourth one is the ocean. To continue keeping a healthy ocean, to continue helping us to absorb both heat and carbon dioxide. It has major acidification implications, but it has to be managed in a sustainable way. And the final budget is, of course, the need to start scaling carbon dioxide removal technologies. So, dear colleagues, this is the agenda. 5 carbon budgets that need to be acted upon simultaneously for a safe landing within the Paris range over the next 30 years. That is our charge. Nature has to be a top priority on that journey. So with that, I would like to, as if that was not enough, that is the charge for us at COP28. And now I'd like to hand over for a voice from Indigenous voice, Majo from Ecuador, who is living in one of the biggest biomes, the richest biome on planet Earth, the Amazon rainforest, which we need to preciously invest in to keep as one of the parts of keeping the resilience of the entire Earth system. Majo, over to you.
La oración. La oración.
Muy bien. Reciban un saludo del pueblo maya y de todos los pueblos indígenas de todo el mundo. Hoy, en nuestro calendario maya, nos marca el día Tijash. El día Tijash es el día de los conflictos y también es el día de las soluciones. El día Tijash hoy nos ayuda a reconocer los daños que estamos provocando a la naturaleza y a la tierra. Hoy el día Tijash nos une para buscar soluciones a favor de la protección de la madre naturaleza, del universo y de toda la humanidad. Oremos. Atqaqwa naqabanchushich rubalaku qchubalaku. Waikola kolak ahol linkochalhe elak tachibar sashkuhung tischalili tenamit. Tashkunelilish na ahli ruchichoch waiko arin chikebal qibsaku chikebal sikokna lep sikokau chirish kolbarish liroblar ruchichoch. Chakeba qeli na lep chakebaresh na lep la kolak ahol likwankep salikutana nahkwang lichocho kep chish sikbal chalalil. Charunak teshkol rish liru chichoch charunak teshkol rish tishkunilik arukwang sashbender chichoch ainakwa hokanda ka banchoshi husut kasut osut chubelago cholatchosha chol chichoch relabalo saero ke balo sae relabalo ik ke balo ik chakuile kama kinakosach chakuile kama ki kaos ta kachena ka banu hokan as kana kachukwa bantosha ke husut kasut Antioch, Antioch. Gracias.
Kausanguicho Tucuicuna, soy Majo Andrade Cerda del pueblo quichua de Serena y de la Confenía en la Amazonía ecuatoriana. Queríamos primero empezar con esta oración y saludo a todos, porque para los pueblos indígenas es importante tener una oración al principio de cada evento que tenemos, porque nuestros espíritus siempre están con nosotros. Nuevamente reciban un saludo de todos los pueblos indígenas de las 7 regiones socioculturales del planeta. Estamos aquí hoy presentándonos porque queremos que escuchen nuestra voz. Soy una mujer que he aprendido de nuestras abuelas principalmente de la mía. Nosotros estamos aquí para expresar el sentir de mis ancestros, de mis pueblos, de las niñas, niños, jóvenes y adolescentes, mujeres y hombres indígenas que aún vivimos en armonía con la naturaleza. Hoy también soy la voz de mi abuela, de aquella que me enseñó la sabiduría de nuestra cultura y de nuestra madre naturaleza. Junto a mi abuela aprendí que el vuelo agitado de los uyupishkus significaba que una torrencial lluvia estaba cerca. De esa manera aprendí que las aves nos daban señales de la variación del clima. Y nosotras empezamos a interpretar que esas variaciones climáticas nos iban a afectar y empezamos a adaptarnos a eso. Lamentablemente hoy en día tenemos que aceptar que esas variaciones son manejadas por el cambio climático. Estamos aquí para demostrar que todo este conocimiento ancestral está basado en nuestra cosmovisión, es de nuestros sistemas del buen vivir, de esta relación que los pueblos indígenas hemos mantenido por milenios en armonía con la Madre Tierra. Hoy en día quiero decirles que nosotros hemos aprendido directamente a respetar cada uno de los tiempos que tiene la Madre Tierra para autorregenerarse. Al igual que mi abuela, las mujeres sabias de los pueblos indígenas tienen que tomar este rol de ser facilitadoras en la transmisión de este conocimiento, generación a generación. Un conocimiento que nos ha permitido tener una relación muy de cerca con la Madre Tierra y que es basada en la reciprocidad y el cuidado mutuo. Recordemos que solo así podemos estar en armonía con ella. El día de hoy, en esta COP, a todos los líderes mundiales les pedimos que aporten un granito de maíz a esta gran lucha que tenemos, a respetar nuestros derechos como pueblos indígenas, nuestros territorios, a garantizar que nosotros, los pueblos indígenas, estemos participando plena y efectivamente dentro de las negociaciones y que tengamos acceso a recursos financieros para ser parte de la implementación de los resultados que obtendremos aquí en esta COP. Además, queremos que se garantice nuestro derecho al consentimiento libre, previo e informado, que todos los acuerdos que se den en esta COP estén en concordancia con la Declaración de Naciones Unidas sobre los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Otra cosa más a recordar es que en el tema de pérdidas y daños no podemos seguir perdiendo tiempo. Si seguimos destruyendo, somos nosotros quienes perdemos. Además, en este fondo que se aprobó recientemente, creemos que es importante que los pueblos indígenas estemos en el Consejo Directivo, porque solo así se va a garantizar que nosotros tengamos acceso directo a estos financiamientos. Recordemos a cada uno de nuestros líderes mundiales que tienen que seguir aportando este granito de maíz. Sin esto no vamos a poder lograr ir a un mejor camino para la COP30 en Brasil. Recordemos que solo unidos, todos juntos, podemos lograr que saquemos buenos resultados por el bien de la madre naturaleza, de la humanidad entera y del mundo en general. Hoy, para finalizar, solo quiero recordar un dicho del libro sagrado maya que cita de la siguiente manera: que todos se levanten, que nadie se quede atrás. No somos solo uno o dos de nosotros, sino que todos sigamos adelante. Haku tukuiguna, ñucasutimican, Majuandra de Cerda, Pagaracho, Yupaychan.
Distinguished guests, framed by these messages about science and Indigenous peoples' leadership everywhere, across the 7 sociocultural regions of the world, it is my great honor to welcome on the stage His Excellency, President Emmanuel Macron of France.
Thank you very much, Hazan. Thank you so much for this session. And thank you very much for your words, both based on science and tradition and culture of indigenous people. Let me first thank and congratulate our host and wish a happy National Day of our good friends of Emirates today. Colleagues, let me go directly straight to the point. Our position is that our 2 COPs on climate and biodiversity cannot be separated. And I think you made a perfect scientific demonstration on the complementarity of the 2 agendas, climate change and biodiversity together. And first, because nature is the best technology available to capture and store CO2. And we are investing a lot of money. There are a lot of innovation for carbon capture and storage mechanism, which is good. But the very best one, and the one which should not be suppressed, is forests and oceans, meaning nature. And if we have to put money on the table, this is for this solution, because they do exist, and they can preserve solutions for carbon, biodiversity, and precisely ecosystem for people and indigenous people. There is as well another reason. If we increase the economic value of natural capital in our economy, we will enable our countries with low emissions and large carbon sinks to benefit greatly from the ecological transition and making our transition much more fair, which is essential. So I just wanted to take here some commitments and make some very concrete announcements based on this philosophy. First, on forests. We organized a few months ago with some of you the first One Forest Summit in Libreville last March. But a lot of you here in this room did a lot during the past years and decades on forests. And I see my good friend, Prime Minister of Norway, and I want to congratulate your country because probably you are one of the pioneers and leaders in terms of investment on forests. And I want to commend you on the commitment of your country and your funds because you did a lot of work. But I think we collectively, and with your strong partnership and cooperation and the partnership of a lot of countries and scientists being present here, the fact that forests, which possess the most vital reserves of carbon and biodiversity, must be remunerated for what they are. And we have to remunerate countries when they protect actively these forests. And the big paradox of our world is that till now, we did put a lot of money for reforestation, but without acting in order to preserve existing forests. And in a very few forests, from Amazonia to Congo River, and precisely the three rivers and the Basin Congo, and to Southeast Asia and Papua New Guinea, and Prime Minister Marape is joining us. You have something like 15% of our Earth, but more than 90% of ecosystem of us well-known species, and more than 75% of irrecuperable carbon, which means each time we destroy these forests, this is a delay to the road of carbon neutrality, and this is part of the carbon we liberate, and we kill part of our efforts. And we kill as well a very important carbon sink. So we base an approach country by country, a new partnership, scientific partnership to measure and monitor those vital reserves, win-win economic partnership designed to create more added value locally by developing a high-quality forestry economy, involving indigenous people and local ecosystem precisely to work with those knowing the forests, living in the forests, and based on their precisely knowledge and transmission, and a partnership on innovative financing which should make it possible to generate high-quality carbon and biodiversity credits on the basis of this strategy. And this country-by-country package, this forest package, let's say, is precisely the one we are finalizing. And today I'm very pleased to announce that 2 partnerships have already been signed, the first with Papua New Guinea for $100 million, the second with Congo-Brazzaville for $50 million, and we are finalizing one with DRC for $16 million. And these 3 countries, the third one is being finalized, are the 3 pioneers of this methodology with this new approach, new partnership, new financing. Other partnerships will follow by COP30. I would also like to say a word based on that, on the fact that we can accelerate if we develop this methodology. It's very comparable with what we do with JETP in a certain way for energy. It's based on the country-by-country approach. We gather financing and we accelerate transition. And we can do much more, and I want to thank philanthropy. I already thank countries like Norway, but a lot of Philanthropy Conservation International and a lot of you being already involved in this approach, and with whom we will do much more with additional countries. Speaking about forests and this approach, I would also like to say a word on the subject of carbon pricing. As you know, we have long defended the idea that this is the best tool for accelerating our green transition. And it is a tool that is providing its worth, as we know in Europe. It's a tool that is now being developed all over the world. However, the current system is still deficient because many of the countries that emit the least but absorb the most CO2 do not have a proper access to the carbon market. A company that emits a lot of carbon will be taxed at the borders of the European Union, but conversely, a company that invests massively in forest protection in Brazil, Gabon, Papua New Guinea will have great difficulty in generating high-quality carbon credits because the market infrastructure of carbon credits on an international scale is highly fragmented and very inefficient today. I believe that this is one of the most important tasks to be pursued between now and COP30 in Belém. We must set up an international carbon and biodiversity exchange which will enable very high-quality carbon and biodiversity credits to be traded between its members on the basis of common standards and rules. This is a critical issue, and I want to thank Dame Amelia Fawcett and Sylvie Goulard for the very good work made by our common task force, because the work you are doing on biodiversity, this new accountability, but the merger of this approach between carbon and biodiversity credits will allow us to build this new exchange system and a sort of marketplace integrated globally and allowing these countries and the private players to have a much better functioning. I want to say to our Brazilian friend, I know that President Lula, and I do share his approach, wants to do much more on that. In a nutshell, our strategy must make it possible to combine the protection of the planet and the fight against poverty and more equitable international relations. And this is why we launched this Paris Pact for Planet and People in Paris a few months ago. And these 4 Ps will be the basis to work all together following this agenda for the Brazilian G20 until the next COP in order precisely to make this work. We will have the opportunity to push this agenda together under the Brazilian leadership in G20, and before that, during a state visit I intend to make to Brazil in March 2024. I also want to make it clear to my fellow citizens of French Guiana that France has an interest in this topic also because we are present in the heart of the Amazon with French Guiana. And clearly I want here to say that we will develop a new strategy to support a high-quality forest economy in French Guiana in the coming weeks and months based on this approach. Now, the second pillar after forests is oceans. Ocean is our first carbon sink. And as you know, we will organize the next United Nations conference on ocean in Nice. And this is very close to what we do as well together with Norway on cryosphere, on glaciers and poles. But oceans is very important, and we have this initiative with Costa Rica. And I would like to pay tribute to the commitment of President Rodrigo Chavez Robles. This conference in Nice will be very important, and I just want to say a few words on that. First, we want the scientific community to come together on the ocean in the same way as it has come together on climate within the IPCC. And what we want to do is to establish a scientific consensus on ocean, but a common indicator to assess in a certain way the state of the art and to clearly monitor the situation on the ocean and to have a common measure on the progress made, but as well on the critical issues on ocean, but assessing, obviously, all the different criteria to be taken into consideration. Second, we want to make in Nice the updates of our international law. Numerous negotiations are already underway, and we are working intensively to bring them to a successful conclusion by the time of the Nice conference. I'm thinking in particular of the ratification of the BBNG agreement on the high seas, the endorsement of a new legally binding treaty on plastic pollution, and I know, Razan, how committed you are on that, and the universalization of agreements on illegal fishing. I'm also thinking of the major work we are doing to prevent the exploitation of the seabed that could bring some irreversible damage to our marine biodiversity. 24 countries have already allied with France to accept and make the same commitment, and we will continue to increase the momentum. And finally, on the fringe of the conference, we will be holding a major summit on the blue economy in Nice and Monaco in order precisely to follow up and accelerate innovation based on sea. In September 2024, finally, on the sidelines of the next UNGA in New York, we will be organizing a new One Planet Summit on water governance, the One Water Summit. And together with Kazakhstan, we will propose a series of new rules and guarantees in order to have a better cooperation globally in order to deal with the water issue. Here were some critical solutions on a sort of solutions agenda I wanted to share with you. But clearly, biodiversity and climate change is the same fight and should be the same commitments at our level. Clearly, we have to accelerate, and we have to take this agenda in consideration in our trade discussion, in our national and international solution. And clearly, we have to work on the basis of science and indigenous people's solution. This is what I wanted to share with you, to thank my good fellow, and I want to thank clearly the 3 countries engaging on this forest agenda, DRC, Congo-Brazzaville, and PNG, because they did a wonderful job. Ministers and prime ministers are here, and I want to commend them for what you did and what you're doing, and you can count on us. But forests, oceans, and water as a critical issue in order for all of us to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for really reminding us that nature conservation goes beyond boundaries, and it takes partnership between countries and within countries. And here I have to say, as President of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature and as the UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP28, it is the non-state actors, it is the civil society, it is the indigenous peoples' organizations and youth that drive these commitments to real action on the ground and provide the much-needed science, both intrinsic and extremely valuable. Thank you very much. And with that, it is now my great honor to be joined by two leaders who are, in fact, championing actions for the oceans. His Excellency Prime Minister Sovalini from Tonga, and His Excellency Prime Minister Gahr Støre of Norway. Whichever you prefer, sir. We prefer to... Prime Minister, Ahlan wa sahlan. You arrive at an auspicious day. This is also the day that my country celebrates its establishment. So thank you for gracing us with your honor. Just a few weeks ago, together with President Whips of Palau, you helped close a landmark agreement, the Blue Pacific Prosperity Plan. Sir, can you tell us about it?
What if I support you?
I do not mind.
Excellencies, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, my home, the Blue Pacific region, comprised of small island developing states, but better described as resilient large ocean states, covers an ocean area of approximately 1 billion hectares, or is 5 times bigger than the USA. My home includes 30% of the world's exclusive economic zone, almost 30% of the Earth's precious coal, and we are a custodian for 20% of the most remarkable and diverse marine ecosystem on the planet. Although we did not cause the climate crisis, but many of us, it is now a question of life or death. Our islands, our life-giving ocean, our homes, and our way of life are threatened by the existential threat of climate change. No one is more aware of the urgent need for innovative strategies that harmonize nature's wisdom, science, and traditional knowledge with the financial means to take action before it's too late. A pledge was made 13 years ago to generate 100 billion per year in climate finance that will assist developing countries, particularly those most vulnerable. But only 0.22% of that global promise is reaching the Pacific small island states in any given year, enabling an abysmal 7% of the adaptation and mitigation work to be done. The difficulties of access to climate finance has an immediate effect on the decrease of impact of loss and damage that we are currently experiencing. This is not an equitable exchange by any measure. It is, in fact, the definition of climate injustice. Those that endure the most obtain the least amount of climate financing. The agreement reached on the establishment of Loss and Damage Fund and the commitments made is a welcome step forward. a cause for celebration, but it has taken almost 3 decades. The UN Global Stocktake shows us that we cannot afford to wait that long for progress. We are not on track to meet our climate goals, and our Pacific communities continue to fight back. We cannot afford to sit around and wait. We must innovate and integrate our science, utilize our traditional knowledge, and amplify the work we do with partners to navigate these rough waters. We must protect the fragile ecosystem and strengthen our food system if we are to save our homes. That is why Pacific Forum leaders last month unanimously support and have joined forces to take an ambitious approach to protect our home, our blue Pacific continent. We see clearly that natures play a critical role in achieving the Paris Agreement goals. So on behalf of the Pacific leaders, I am proud to announce Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity, a transformational step forward for the Pacific and the planet. Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity entails 3 ambitious goals. First one, 100% effective sustainable ocean management, including 30% protection of the blue Pacific continent. Second, healthy, productive people thriving because of robust food systems underpinned by resilient ecosystems. And thirdly, fit-for-purpose financing through sustainable mechanisms that create the right enabling environment to support the region's 25th strategy for the blue Pacific continent. We understand that because of its vast size, 40 million square kilometers, or almost 3 times the size of Russia, what happens to our Pacific is make or break for the planet. That's why we have committed to protecting 30% of our blue continent as we strive to protect and sustainably manage critical ecosystems. We mean to show the world that Pacific people are resilient and determined to hope, despite the entire GST report card. Finally, I want to highlight that unlocking Blue Pacific prosperity is a critical opportunity for like-minded partners to join with us as we course correct and take action. Tomorrow, Pacific leaders are gathering to launch this initiative. We'll be joined by old and new friends who understand the value of partnership and that it will take all of us working together to turn the tide. We call to action all partners who came about climate justice, nature, and people. We challenge partners in both the private and public sector to join us, the people of the Blue Pacific continent, as we face this existential threat. I thank you, Malobi.
Thank you. I know that President Twips of Palau isn't able to join us here today, but I know he was a co-architect for this incredible prosperity plan for people, for nature, and for the oceans. And I hope you can join me for a round of applause for this incredibly significant plan and strategy to protect 30% of the Pacific. Thank you. Prime Minister Thrui, you personally co-chair the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. And I know your country has long stewarded also the conservation of forests. Can you tell us how Norway will contribute to the nature component of the global stocktake?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Johan Rockström, for bringing out the science and the evidence at the beginning of this session. I believe we got a strong message based on evidence and the potential of nature. And I think, just to make it simple, Madam President, don't count on nature to solve the climate crisis, but take care of nature and it will help solve it. I think that's the bottom line. I would also like to salute the President of France for his initiatives, and we are really, if I'm going to sum up what Norway is trying to achieve, putting our eggs in the basket of forest and ocean. So if we can make those two work, we are making progress. I'd like to salute Prime Minister Sovalini on launching this ambitious Pacific Oceans Initiative, and I would also like to salute President Whips of Palau. He is a true leader, and he is co-chairing with me the Ocean Panel, which is gathering about 20 countries, 45% of the world's economic zones. And we have come together and committed to manage all ocean areas by 2025. That is 2 years from now. And we are progressing towards this goal by developing sustainable ocean plans. And here the Pacific is actually moving ahead and setting the example through this landmark decision. We invite all ocean coastal states to unite in the goal of 100% sustainable ocean management and to endorse the Ocean Action Declaration launched by the Ocean Panel today. This is real progress, and the ocean can be a real helper in reaching our goals. I'm also happy to announce that Norway is joining the Mangrove Alliance for Climate, and we will make our contributions accordingly. Then, Madam President, just to move on to forests. 15 years ago, Indonesia hosted the climate talks in Bali. Brazil, at that moment, under the leadership of Lula, launched the Amazon Fund. And on the same day, my country and the government I was proud to serve launched our International Climate and Forest Initiative. And summing up today, this is the most important international contribution for the climate and for nature that my country has ever done. Since then, Norway has disbursed $5 billion to preserve tropical forests. In the beginning, this was a risky undertaking. We were paying people not to do things in order to achieve greater things. Now we see that it works, and we will sustain this effort at high levels at least through 2030. And now we see unprecedented leadership to protect the forest. And President Lula, you are first among them. You are back in office, back in leadership. You will take G20 leadership in a few weeks, and that is good news. Brazil has cut deforestation, and under President Lula's first administration by 80%. And now Brazil is doing it again with deforestation down by half in this first 10 months of a new administration. That is impressive, and this is the biggest global climate news this year. And there are more good news. Indonesia now has the lowest deforestation in 20 years, down 90% under President Jokowi's leadership. Yesterday, we announced a new contribution of $100 million to recognize Indonesia's impressive results. And this is not paying Indonesia to do things in the future. We are paying for achieved results. It will support Indonesia's actions to reach carbon-positive land sector by 2030. Colombia has the lowest deforestation in a decade. And President Petro has put forest protection at the heart of his efforts to promote lasting peace in his country. Ghana has been a pioneer in advancing a high-quality carbon market for forests. And the President is proving real African leadership here. And if I may add, Mr. President, you are also my partner at the Ocean Panel. So you'll find Ghana in the forest and you'll find Ghana in the oceans. That's great. And Ghana is one of the first countries to enter into a transaction with the LEAF Coalition to access carbon payments from some of the world's largest companies. Also good news. DRC and the Republic of Congo possess the world's second largest rainforest. They are now committed to protecting their forest and peatlands while meeting the development needs of their people. And Guyana has been able to maintain its high forest cover for decades. So, dear friends, forest countries possess the tools, if we can possess the support, to protect their forest and to do so for the benefit of their people, indigenous people, and all the rest of us. But I would say in closing that we should leave no stone unturned to mobilize more finance to help them achieve more and faster. Beyond finance, we must collaborate on technology. Norway is working to launch a new phase of our satellite program together with the Bezos Earth Fund. This is a program which will make high-resolution satellite data available on tropical forests, available to all, every month, all the time, and it will be free. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no path to 1.5 degrees unless we meet the goal we set in Glasgow to halt and reverse forest loss this decade. I look forward to work closely with Brazil and all of you towards COP30 in Belém in 2025 and beyond. And Norway will do everything we can to support Brazil's G20 leadership when all this will be brought together in the critical agendas for survival. Thank you.
But as you just heard, political ambition must also be met by the real economy. And as high-level champion and president of IUCN, I'm pleased to also announce a number of significant progress, including the Oceans Breakthrough. Through the Oceans Breakthrough, we are aligning initiatives across the globe. Between governments and non-state actors, we are working to protect 30% of our oceans. We are working to also make the oceans also support renewable energy, with an installation of more than 350 gigawatts of offshore power. We're also working with industries to green ports and shipping, and investing in aquaculture. And with that, I'm pleased to announce a significant philanthropic injection in the support of oceans by Bloomberg Philanthropy, Builder Vision, and OceanKind, infusing $250 million in ocean conservation. I thank you all for your incredible leadership. And with the incredible presence of President Lula, it is now timely to move on to our forest segment. Reversing deforestation is fundamental. It is fundamental in delivering 30% of emission reductions needed to achieve the goals of Paris. We've just heard there is no Paris Agreement without nature. But finance needs to meet the political will of forest-rich countries. Our next panel on ambition, on action, on accountability for forests is about to begin. And through this panel, we will demonstrate the value of nature-based solutions. We will demonstrate that not only is it feasible, but it is actually happening. Without further ado, allow me to welcome Vice President Jay Duori of Guyana, President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana. We will also be shortly joined by President Joko Widodo of Indonesia. Mr. Vice President of Guyana, Guyana's low-carbon development strategy is a world-leading example of how to integrate nature, climate, and development. Please tell us, share with us how the strategy goes into play, whatever you prefer, sir.
Thank you very much. We believe in Guyana that the only way in the long term that we'd be able to preserve forests is to have a model that has several elements. So in our case, we believe that there are 4 important elements to the model that we launched in 2008 and we recently updated. First of all, forests have to be integrated into a national development strategy. Secondly, the solution has to be a jurisdictional scale solution. Thirdly, indigenous people and those who live in the forest have to be part of the solution. Then we believe that you have to have strong forest legislation and robust enforcement of that legislation. And the next element is, which is a critical one, that you have to identify a revenue stream to outcompete alternate use of the forest. Without these key elements, we believe that forests cannot be preserved in the long term, either through philanthropy or just goodwill or declarations. So in Guyana's case, we've been able to keep our forests intact. 86% of the country is covered with forests. We have one of the lowest deforestation rates in the world. We have recently been able to have our entire forest certified at the jurisdictional scale through the Architecture for REDD+ transaction. It's the only forest in the world that has a jurisdictional scale certification. We've been able to get certified credits, and we've sold 30% of those credits for $750 million at a minimum. And I say at a minimum because if there is an upside, the credits are traded in secondary markets, or there is any movement in a global market, then we would share 60% of the upside of any increase in prices. So if we were to sell the remaining 70% of our credits at the same price at which we sold the credits that we recently sold, the 30%, we will raise over the next 10 years at a minimum $2.5 billion to come into our country, $2.5 billion US. Now, considering that our forest is bigger than England and Scotland, but tiny compared to Ghana and the Congo and Brazil and many other countries in the world. So it just gives you an idea as to what scale of financing you will have to raise to outcompete alternate use. So whilst we hear about pledges of $10 million and $50 million, etc., from public sources, it is not at scale enough to outcompete alternate use. Now, many countries can choose their own model, and we believe that part of the model building is to take the best practice from every country. But in this case, we have chosen the market because we don't believe there are enough public funds available, given the lack of the world has not come up, particularly the developed countries. They have not met their pledge on the $100 billion. They have not financed loss and damage at scale. So we don't think there would be enough public funds to preserve forests and outcompete alternate use. We have chosen the market. We produce high-quality carbon on the market, and this could be done if we just set ourselves some global standards. So Guyana has done this. We are now utilizing this money. 15% goes directly to our indigenous communities. We have now 500 projects in 242 villages being implemented, indigenous villages. The 85% remaining of the potential 2.5 billion will fund adaptation measures. So it is integrated. This is what we're doing in Guyana, and we believe that is the scale that is necessary to preserve forests, not pledges and philanthropy, etc. And sometimes we don't see that happening globally. So this is all I'm going to say now. Thank you very much.
President Widodo, Indonesia, over the last 2 decades, had witnessed a historic and unprecedented reversal of deforestation and really provided an exemplary, legally binding roadmap, the Folu Net Sink 2030, a model for nature conservation. Could you please tell us your vision about how this will be implemented into the future, and again, as a response to the global stocktake? The President, the floor and the podium is yours. Thank you.
Excellency leaders, at COP26 in Glasgow, I stated that Indonesia will achieve net carbon sink in the forestry and land sectors by 2030. The forestry sector was selected because 34% of villages in Indonesia are located at border or forest areas, and millions of Indonesians depend on the forestry sectors. To meet these targets, we have taken systematic and innovative steps. We have combined economic and social considerations and developed partnership with communities in the field of sustainable forest management. Since 2019, we have applied a permanent moratorium on forest clearing, covering around 66 million hectares of primary forests and peatlands. We have also rehabilitated 3 million hectares of degraded land and 3 million hectares of peatlands. Now, we are beginning to feel the result. Indonesia's deforestation rate has decreased by 75%, the lowest in the last 20 years. Next year, we are targeting rehabilitation 600,000 hectares of mangrove lands. Excellencies, forests and land must be part of our climate action, especially through the following 3 perspectives. First, the mobilization of developing countries' support in order to be able to manage forests and land in a sustainable manner, where much support must be country-driven based on the real needs of forest-owning countries. We appreciate the UAE's support in building the Mohammed bin Zayed International Mangrove Research Center in Indonesia. Second, trade barriers are not effort to tackle climate change. The two can advance side by side, and it is important to build trust and collaboration between the global north and the global south. Also encourage the sustainable development of developing countries. Third, continuing to promote collaboration. Indonesia has initiated trilateral forestry cooperation between Indonesia, Brazil, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we are also ready to share our experience and knowledge in the forest and land management. Let us manage forests that are pro-environment, pro-development, and people-centered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now I turn to you, and the podium is there. Mr. President, President of Ghana, the podium is yours.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this platform, and also take the occasion to wish UAE a happy birthday. As the Norwegian Prime Minister said quite rightly, Ghana is both an ocean economy and a forest economy. They're both very important parts of our national economy. And I want to use this platform to announce to you the ambitious vision we have for a resilient Ghana. It is a vision to strengthen our economy, protect and restore our abundant forests, meaningfully reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, boost our cocoa production, position us as global leaders of sustainable timber, and scale up our tourism potential, and at the same time, being able to create jobs and livelihoods for our people. We came together in Sharm el-Sheikh to launch the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, jointly recognizing that the time to accelerate action to halt and reverse forest loss was long overdue. For too long, the world's forests have been undervalued and underprotected. It was in this spirit that Ghana committed to co-chairing this important initiative. And I stand here today, 1 year on, to say that Ghana is rising to the occasion and leading by example. I'm proud to announce Ghana's country package, the first of its kind, designed to transform our forest sector and strengthen our economy in tandem. We can't do this alone, and to deliver coordinated, strengthened action towards resilient Ghana, Ghana and her international partners, and I mean by that, refer for the time being to Canada, the Republic of Singapore, the United Arab Emirates, the United States of America, Degas Limited, the Forest Data Partnership, FSD Africa, Gen Zero, the Leaf Coalition, the Omahine Bean Company, Southbridge Investments, and the World Resource Institute are announcing a package of initial programs, partnerships, and investments across 4 action areas. First, Ghana will strengthen its strong foundation in accessing international carbon markets and lead Africa in generating high-quality and high-integrity carbon credits. I'm delighted to announce that Ghana has signed an agreement with the Leaf Coalition for the sale of up to 5 million tons of credit of high-quality forest carbon credits to public and private sector buyers for the sum of $50 million United States dollars. This recognizes and rewards our efforts to build a robust program to tackle deforestation. This landmark agreement is the first of its kind globally to involve funding from multiple private sector buyers. This will enable further high-integrity, large-volume carbon transactions in the years ahead. This serves as an example to other nations seeking to access international carbon credits. And it can hopefully trigger a rising tide that will lift all the boats. Ghana wants to work with other countries to build a strong global carbon market that benefits all of us. Second, Ghana will strengthen its agricultural and mining practices and invest in processing of key commodities in order to keep much more value within Ghana and drive our industrialization. Thirdly, the country will continue to drive delivery on its expansive restoration and reforestation commitments and seek a transformational shift in the timber sector. Lastly, Ghana intends to reinforce the enabling conditions that help ensure a just transition, strengthen governance, land use planning, and monitoring, reporting, and verification systems. I think it's appropriate that I use this platform also to thank our partners, especially the United Arab Emirates, for supporting Ghana's country package with the sum of some 30 million United States dollars to promote sustainable agriculture, forest reforestation, ecosystem services, and sustainable livelihoods for our local communities. And we look forward to continue building programs, partnerships, and investments towards the resilient Ghana we seek. And we welcome partners, both public and private, to join us in this exciting, transformative journey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Excellencies, for this world tour of force of political action and resource mobilization. I'd like to take a moment to announce yet another new initiative called the Nature Finance Hub, led by the Asian Development Bank. The Asian Development Bank, through this hub, will launch a catalytic commitment of $1 billion towards nature-based solutions. Together with its partners, Saudi Arabia, France, the OPEC Fund, and the Global Climate Fund, the partners will mobilize and leverage private capital for nature with a focus in the Asia-Pacific region. And I'm incredibly pleased and also honored to say that my country, on its National Day, will also be happy to partner and join by announcing a grant finance of $100 million, with the first tranche being supported, as the President of Ghana said, towards Ghana and forest conservation. Thank you very much. To conclude our segment today and to really inaugurate our journey towards COP30, allow me to introduce a great leader. A leader who has been at the forefront of both nature and people. A leader who has defied deforestation, not once, but twice in the last 20 years. And through his vision of the Amazon, of the bioeconomy, united the world. Please join me in welcoming President Lula da Silva of Brazil.
Deixa aqui. Bem, eu não tenho uma nominata. Então, eu não vou citar nomes aqui. Eu só quero cumprimentar os presidentes que representam os países com floresta, representando autoridades dos Emirados Árabes, que estão promovendo essa COP extraordinária, e dizer para vocês que eu vou pedir para quebrar do protocolo. Aqui está tudo muito arrumado, tudo muito burocrático. Ou seja, todo mundo só tem 3 minutos para falar e há muito cuidado. E eu, embora seja o presidente do Brasil, não vou falar sobre floresta, porque eu acho que esse encontro de hoje é uma reunião sem precedente na história das COPs. Nós precisamos muita coisa, 28 edições da COP, 28 edições, para que pela primeira vez a floresta viesse falar por si só. E eu não poderia utilizar a palavra sobre a floresta se eu tenho no meu governo uma pessoa da floresta. A Marina nasceu na floresta. Se alfabetizou aos 16 anos. E eu acho que é justo que, para falar da floresta, ao invés de falar o presidente que é do Estado, que não é da floresta, a gente tenha que ouvir ela, que é a responsável pelo sucesso da política de preservação ambiental que nós estamos fazendo no Brasil. A Marina tem um discurso por escrito aqui, que ela pode ler. Mas eu acho que você deveria falar com o seu coração sobre a floresta, porque o encontro de hoje é inédito. É a primeira vez que a floresta vem falar por si. É a primeira vez que nós estamos dizendo: não basta evitar desmatamento, é preciso cuidar da floresta, cuidar das pessoas que moram na floresta e cuidar da biodiversidade da floresta. Isso custa muito dinheiro e os países ricos têm que ajudar a pagar essa conta. É isso que nós queremos nessa COP e por isso eu vou ficar aqui para ouvir a Marina falar.
Obrigada, presidente. Obrigada. Sim. Senhoras e senhores, é uma grande honra para mim estar aqui nesse fórum que trata de oceanos, de florestas, com tantas iniciativas. Mas é uma honra maior ouvir do meu presidente, do presidente Lula, esse homem com uma trajetória incrível e que tem uma responsabilidade muito grande em dos países
in a country that detains one of the largest tropical forests of the planet, to protect these forests in Brazil, to protect their First Nation peoples. Thank you very much. Thank you for this honor, President. And I will say that everything that's going on in Brazil is thanks to his commitment with democracy to fight inequality and to protect the environment and to confront the climate change issue. I feel very much honored to occupy this space that was given by Your Excellency, my brother, and that we started to work on this cause when I was 18 years of age. And now we have the opportunity for the third time to be in the forefront of this challenge. I have certain questions to read your speech here in front of you, but I will speak very quickly of the endeavors that are being made in Brazil. President Lula, when he took office on January the 1st of 2023, he has signed 10 presidential orders or decrees. These 10, 5 of them were just on environment. And of these 5 decrees from the presidency on environment, the majority of them was to protect the forests and the First Nation peoples. So we made a prevention plan against deforestation on the basis of 3 strategic axes. This plan was developed for the first time in his first term, that was based on to fight unlawful practices that were destroying the forests, to have the demarcation of the land and of the forestry areas, and then for the conservation units, indigenous land, and sustainable use. And the third axis was to support the sustainable productive activities. Now, in his third term that I am Minister for Environment for the third time, these 3 axes were added, Mr. President, from your guidelines to develop economic instruments so that we can give incentives to bioeconomy and to sustainable development. With these efforts on the part of Your Excellency, we managed to, in the first 10 months of your term, to reduce the deforestation that was in a tendency of increasing. We reduced in 48.9% of deforestation just in 10 months and avoiding to release 250,000 tons of CO2. If it wasn't for the measures taken by your government, we would have an increase of deforestation in 54% and not a decline of 49% in the first 10 months of your term. Another thing that Your Excellency did for the benefit of the forests is to go back to protection policies to the First Nation peoples and to the Indigenous people, creating the Ministry of Indigenous People. And that has a first woman as Sonia Guajajara as the first ever Minister of Indigenous People Ministry that will demarcate the indigenous land. Another effort is the recognition of the quilombolas. The quilombolas were black free slaves that lived in these communities, and they are part of the quilombola people. Now also have a woman, a black woman, Aniele Franco, a young black woman that is helping to protect the forests of the quilombola people that used the origin of former black slaves in Brazil. And this is not a sectarian policy in the government, and we owe this to you. It's a cross-section policy that we have in Brazil. We have 23 cabinet ministries working on the environmental agenda, 19 ministries making this effort to fight deforestation, following policies, different policies in many areas. And last but not the least, Your Excellency has in the finance minister, the economy minister, he is the coordinator of the ecological transition program. That is to say, your guidelines to protect the forests is more than it's just command and control. It's a guideline for sustainable development in its 4 dimensions. In the first dimension, the environmental dimension; second, the social dimension; third, the economic dimension; and fourth, the cultural dimension. The sustainable development that protects forests is also protecting the biodiversity, it's protecting water, it's protecting culture, it's promoting a cosmovision, and it is protecting, above all, the balance of the planet. And we, forestry countries, due to your initiative, we will follow a mechanism that you're still developing already as a first proposal. So, and discussing with Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Congo, Indonesia, and with the 8 Amazon countries, so that we will try to develop through the sovereign funds, develop a plan for these countries that carry these tropical forests. And so we're going to dedicate funds for that. And we created the Amazon Fund, and we believe that it serves as an inspiration for other countries to protect their forests. And to protect forests is to protect the balance of the planet and the oceans. Thank you very much for this honor. And I would like to leave here in the annals of this meeting your speech, and I believe that it is an historical speech that Your Excellency gave me the honor to do it. And so it was only possible to reach what we managed to reach till now, because in your first term, we managed to reduce deforestation for more than a decade. From 83%, we avoided to release 5 billion tons of CO2 to the atmosphere, and we were responsible to create 80% of the protected areas from 2003 to 2008 that were created around the world. This is the commitment with forests. It's not a government only. It's companies have to be responsible, accountable, and civil society and science. And we work with all these pillars because to protect forests is not only government action, it's an action of all humanity. Thank you very much, all of you, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you are absolutely right. Minister Marina de Silva needs no introduction. Whilst you may be a hero for those that live in the Amazon, you are also a hero for those that also live in the desert. Continue to do what you do. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Brazil and the UAE's long-standing relationship will go from strength to strength. Today, we are honored to announce that this cooperation will deepen over the next 2 years as we commence a partnership focusing on enhancing the role of nature in climate action. To commemorate this agreement, from COP28 in Dubai to COP30 in Belém, I am honored to welcome His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of COP28, who is here on behalf of the President of the United Arab Emirates, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Please, Excellencies, from today's panel, please join us on the stage for a commemorative photo for this historic agreement on ensuring that climate and nature cannot be tackled independently. Please, members of the panel, please join us. President Joko.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Can I just remind you that we will be starting the water session in 5 minutes, so please do not leave the theatre. We will be starting the water session in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Global water crisis. Water is a human right and a common development denominator to shape a better future.
Imagine a world where water flows abundantly, sustainably, accessible to all. It's not just a dream, it's a mission. Water plays a central role in climate change, underscoring the collective imperative for action. To achieve this, we must unite. Governments, businesses, innovators, dreamers, doers, believers. The time to act is now.
Hello, hello, Excellencies. Good afternoon. I'm giving you half a minute to take your seats. Okay, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Maria Fernanda Espinosa. I'm the former president of the UN General Assembly and a commissioner to the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, and I will be your host this afternoon. Thank you for being with us today and joining us in this monumental moment that unites us all around safeguarding nature for climate, lives, and livelihoods. And this cannot be a better moment after the very touching yet powerful moment with President Lula from Brazil. We will now be transitioning into a spotlight session on water, a critical topic that is of equal importance to the climate crisis and life right large. Excellencies, colleagues who just joined us for this session, have a good afternoon and welcome to the COP28 World Climate Action Summit Spotlight Session on accelerating water and climate action. I am very honored to moderate the session, and it is, I have to say, only the second time in 28 years of history that water is formally featured in a COP summit. So we are very, very pleased. And you can continue to applaud, of course. It is only the second time, but certainly will not be the last. As individuals and governments, we are now acutely experiencing climate change through water. Water scarcity or water overabundance is often the pain point where our current systems buckle under the pressure of climate change. As we respond to the global stocktake and close gaps to 2030, water, of course, will be at the center. Today, we will hear from governments and finance leaders on how they are managing these risks around water, as well as converting them into opportunities for the economy, for social development, and the environment. The United Arab Emirates is located in one of the most arid places in climate-vulnerable regions of the world, where it has had to cope with impacts that more and more parts of the world have to face nowadays. I would like now, with further ado, to call our stellar panelists for today's panel on water. Let me call them to the stage. His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of Tajikistan. Please come on stage, Excellency. We will also have His Excellency Gilmar Pisas, Prime Minister of Curaçao and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Excellency, you can come to the stage. I will also call Her Excellency Natasha Pirc-Musar, President of Slovenia. Please join us on stage. And finally, allow me to call Mohammed Al-Jassar, Chairman and President of the Islamic Development Bank. Thank you for joining us here today.
Very good. President, you represent Senegal?
Well, thank you again. We cannot have a better panel today. Earlier this year, the world rallied around water at the very landmark UN 2023 Water Conference. It was the first UN conference on water in 46 years. A little overdue, you might say. Most importantly, it produced a suite of once-in-a-generation initiatives, actions, and norms that directly respond to the climate crisis. The conference was co-hosted by Tajikistan and the Netherlands, which the COP28 presidency had worked with to elevate the political visibility of the COP process and place water at the center. Without further ado, I would like to turn now to His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, the co-chair of the very historical UN 2023 Water Conference, and also the originator of the International Decade for Action on Water for Sustainable Development. You have the floor, Excellency.
تشكر زیاد محترم جناب رئیس حاضرین گرامی تاجیکستان از جهت
So, with regard to your point, I'd like to state the following points: that Tajikistan is extremely vulnerable to the impact of climate change on water resources. An example of this is the rapid melting of our glaciers. And aftermath of climate change, floods, inundation, and other natural disasters occur in Tajikistan every year. They cause tremendous damage to the country's economy. In some cases, they even cause loss of life. They aim to increase green energy production and reduce CO2 emission. We are committed to double the capacity of our hydropower plants by 2050. By doing so, we could increase an export of environmentally friendly energy to neighboring countries. We currently generate 98% of our electricity in hydropower plants. Accordingly, we will also increase the volume of the country's reservoirs by 2050. Almost 60% of the water resources of the Central Asia is formed in Tajikistan. From this point of view, these reservoirs will serve for the sustainable supply of irrigation water to the entire region. This March, Tajikistan, together with the Netherlands, hosted the historic United Nations conference. The conference has adopted an action plan. It has included more than 800 actions and commitments in the field of water. A large number of these commitments are closely related to a topic of climate. It is clear that water and climate risks and challenges require more serious efforts and bold actions to be made. In this connection, I would like to mention three important points. The first, a deep understanding of the issue and its further promotion requires political will and the attention of the heads of state and government. The cooperation between Tajikistan and the Netherlands as upstream and downstream countries proves how constructive and productive cooperation in this area can be. And the second, today we witnessed a collective commitment of international development banks to accelerate funding in the water and climate sector. We express our deep appreciation to international financial institutions for the effective contribution they are making. Along with this, it is important that other parties also reinvigorate their efforts in this direction. And the third, we must elaborate and implement joint mechanisms for providing assistance to vulnerable countries, since these vulnerable countries lack of opportunities to achieve water goals. And I seize this opportunity. I would like to express my country's readiness to further promote water and climate agenda, and I firmly believe that our collective efforts in this process will yield good results. And our proposal is, in order to improve the climate, the first is to develop the green energy. The second, and promote a green economy principle. These two factors ultimately will facilitate, will help us to reduce carbon dioxide emission. And this is the method, this is the policy that Tajikistan is effectively pursuing throughout the country, and we call upon all of our partners and international community to follow this. And we so in terms of CO2 emission, Tajikistan is ranked among the leading countries with a less CO2 emission, and we are actively pursuing and implementing the policy of a green energy and green economy development by developing energy facilities, particularly focusing on hydroelectric power plants. And by doing so, by developing hydro energy sector, particularly on green energy, we improve and increase the supply of environmentally friendly energy. And more than 96% of our economy is green. And I thank you very much. And we are open and willing to cooperate with each and every one of you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you for your leadership for 2 decades for the global water agenda, and for showing us that the connection between energy, water, and climate can be done when you do things right at the national level. And thank you also for bringing up the critical importance of cooperation for a successful water management. So thank you, Excellency, once again. So without further ado, let me now call yes, Your Excellency. I would like to now turn to the Netherlands, that has been also a critical global leader that has been working on fostering the water security agenda for many, many years. So Your Excellency Gilmar Pisas, Prime Minister of Curaçao and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, you have the floor. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Climate change manifests itself in water. It is evident that climate change leaves no place and no one unaffected. Its consequences are felt worst by people in vulnerable conditions who have been contributed least to climate change itself. Coming from Curaçao, a small island state in the Kingdom of the Netherlands in the Caribbean, I witness daily how climate change has pushed the water cycle out of balance. Erratic rainfall, droughts, floods, and sea level rise that jeopardizes our freshwater supplies. As one of the states in the kingdom, Curaçao, along with St. Martin, Aruba, Bonaire, Saba, and Statia, we realize very well that we, as a planet, have no choice but to adapt. At the same time, mitigation is a must. Beyond 1.5 degrees warming, our ability to adapt reduces drastically. 90% of adaptation action is water-related. We must make water the engine of climate adaptation. For states, it is particularly essential that support for projects on the islands begins now. This water transition to adapt to a changing climate requires that we invest in technology and climate-resilient infrastructure. In Curaçao, in 2028, we will celebrate the 100-year anniversary of our water desalination, a technology that first debuted on our island. We also have to restore and protect natural freshwater stocks and ecosystems. Groundwater, wetlands, and floodplains are our water buffers, floods, and droughts. And we need water and soil guide our spatial planning and economic development. Climate adaptation requires distinct financing approaches centered around patient-public financing. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is committed to increase its climate finance to 1.8 billion euros and spend more than half of its public climate financing on adaptation. We invite others to do the same and to live up to what we agree in Glasgow. To promote such collective action, the Kingdom of the Netherlands proudly co-hosted the UN Water Conference earlier this year together with the Republic of Tajikistan. And we are grateful that the United Arab Emirates leadership brought the messages of that conference from New York to Dubai. We are happy to contribute through diplomacy, through sharing our know-how, and through financing. Let me share how Kingdom has followed up its commitments in the Water Action Agenda since March. We signed $80 million in grant funding to the World Bank's Global Water Security and Sanitation Program, enabling, among others, the multilateral development bank collective water initiative to be announced here today. We convened the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, which will help redefine how we understand, value, and manage water from the common good. We look forward to their final report next year. We leverage political support from 11 heads of state for universal access to climate-resilient drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene services. We provided $55 million in grant funding to empowering vulnerable local communities to mitigate water risks and disaster and increase resilience in Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda. We initiated the International Panel for Deltas and Coastal Areas, IPDC, to support countries and islands in developing their adaptation strategy. Excellencies, let's make water the engine of climate adaptation. We raised our ambition in New York. Here in Dubai, we accelerate progress by putting water at the heart of climate action. Finally, I would like to thank the SITs for their work in continuing to bring attention to this matter and creating partnerships to combat the consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Excellency. Again, thank you for the leadership of your country in the global water agenda. Thank you for already showing that the outcomes of the UN conference in New York was successful. We see action being deployed, not only at the national level, but increasing the cooperation. We welcome the 1.8 billion on climate and water for adaptation purposes. These are all good news, not only for the water agenda, but for the climate agenda as well. And we thank you for acknowledging the work of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. You will see a new and revised and upgraded report the coming year. So thank you once again, Excellency. Let me now turn to a critical voice in international engagements on water and the chair of the Group of Friends for Water and Peace, Your Excellency Natasha Perk-Musar. Can you please share more about your vision for expanded international cooperation to scale up action on water and ensure that we deliver on the New York commitments. You have the floor, Madam President of Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate United Arab Emirates for the National Day you are celebrating today. Be proud, as we are all proud to be here hosting the conference here in Dubai. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the right to water has been included in the Constitution of Slovenia. As far as I know, there are only 4 countries around the globe which do have water as a right, as a constitutional right. We are very keen on the understanding of water as a public good that needs to be accessible to all. And I have to tell you that this right was put into our constitution by the effort of the young people in my country who were promoting this right, and they were collecting signatures, and a couple of years ago they were successful, and now Slovenia has the right to water as a constitutional human right. The role of water in climate adaptation is gaining recognition, yet the relevant interplay between fresh water and mitigation is still not generally accepted. I therefore applaud the attention our hosts are giving to water security at COP28 in both adaptation and mitigation, including through this important event during the high-level segment. Slovenia is here to show our strong engagement and commitment on the water and climate nexus. Slovenia is a partner of the COP28 Water Pavilion and is co-curating a thematic day on water, health and peace at the pavilion on the 6th of December. At the Water and Food Day, Slovenia, together with partners of the Green Group, will launch a virtual water knowledge platform. Therefore, I thank Costa Rica, Cape Verde, Iceland, Singapore, and the United Arab Emirates for this and the ongoing excellent cooperation. We are also putting our scientific and technological solutions at the service of greater water security, protecting water resources and ecosystems, and improving the resilience of water infrastructure. Examples include the use of artificial intelligence to help track and monitor SDG 6, the application of satellite technology in promoting transboundary cooperation and applying remote sensing for first-class flood forecasting, and an early warning system in a transboundary river basin. You know, I could never imagine that Slovenia is going to be a space nation. My country is a small country. The population of my country is only 2 million, but we do have a tiny little satellite helping nations around the globe to forecast the possible flooding. Currently, the project in India is going on. The Ganges River is covered by this tiny little satellite circling in the Earth's orbit. So the urgency of water-related challenges demands immediate action at all levels. We need to keep alive the motivational drive that the UN 2023 Water Conference created. For this, we need regular intergovernmental conferences, the appointment of the UN Special Envoy on Water, and the adoption of the UN Strategy on Water. In the meanwhile, the 3rd UN Water Conference in 2026 has been agreed upon, and the UN Strategy on Water is in the making. On the other hand, I have to tell you, I am disappointed by the fact that after more than a year, the call, supported by 150 member states of the UN Secretary General still didn't appoint a UN Special Envoy for Water, and I would really love to see a special person to be the envoy, to be dedicated to the water problems around the globe. We know that there is no life without water. By accelerating water action, we are accelerating climate action. I appreciate this event today as a crucial first step in our understanding of the importance of water for both adaptation and mitigation measures. La vita è bella, joie de vivre. Life is beautiful, at least it was supposed to be beautiful. But it is not without a water. If we go home tomorrow or the day after and try to live with 3 liters of water per day, as it is today the situation in Gaza, believe me, we are not going to be successful in that. We are used to more than 3 liters of water per day. Thank you. And if we are going to use in the future water as a war tactics, nothing good is going to happen on our planet. What are we fighting for? Who's going to be the leader in the world? But I can tell you, to conclude, nature is the only leader in the world we have, and we have to listen to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you for the leadership. Thank you for also not exercising leadership at the international level, but for doing transformative work at home as well. And we really appreciate, that Slovenia is using top technology and artificial intelligence to do proper water management and foster transboundary cooperation on water, but also for having water as a constitutional right. I think that should be an example for other nations to follow. And the nexus between water, climate, security, and peace, I think you made that also extremely, extremely clear. So thank you once again, Madam President. And let me now pivot to the multilateral development banks, which have, as we know, a central role in bridging the financial gap on water. Your Excellency Mohammed Al-Jassar, Chairman and President of the Islamic Development Bank, you are speaking today on behalf of the multilateral development banks, which have, we know, tirelessly working over the last months on a plan to mobilize more finance and impact on water. So we are eager to hear about the plan. You have the floor, Excellency.
In the name of God, the merciful.
Heads of state and governments, dear multilateral development bank colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the multilateral development banks present around this room, I would like to join others in congratulating our hosts, the United Arab Emirates, for its glorious National Day. So congratulations. I would also like to share with you our collective vision for addressing the water challenges exacerbated by the climate change and affecting all regions of the world. Water security is key to the world's social, economic, and environmental development. In other words, achieving SDG 6 is key to achieving the whole Sustainable Development Agenda and the Paris Agreement. Water and climate change are fundamentally linked. While a lot is known about the adaptation in the water sector, we believe that the water supply and sanitation sector presents opportunities to contribute to the mitigation agenda as well. Better management of water utilities and irrigation systems, for example, would significantly contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Annual investments currently allocated to the sector are very low. They must triple at least. The investments needed in water-related projects are estimated at $6.7 trillion by 2030 and $22.6 trillion by 2050. These are huge numbers beyond the capacity of the MDB's combined resources. During the last 5 years, 2019 to 2023, we have been collectively providing an annual average of $9.6 billion to finance the sector in developing countries, benefiting on average 79 million people per year. This might appear a small amount in absolute terms, or if you may say, a drop in the ocean. However, we as the MDBs play a major role in influencing this water agenda through our effects on other lenders, the range of products we offer, and our value addition, including the exchange of experiences. Hence, we commit to working together to support governments in establishing the necessary reforms for enhanced transparency and governance, financial sustainability, innovation, and digital transformation. These actions would help attract private sector participation to improve efficiency and promote innovation while ensuring that water remains accessible and affordable to the needy. We also agree that over the course of the next 3 years, we will endeavor to reach a collective target of doubling the number of people benefiting annually from our technical and financial support. Therefore, the Multilateral Development Bank's Partnership for Water is committed to prioritizing and increasing investments in water as a critical lever for climate action. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have to thank you, Excellency. I think that you have given us a clear metric and target on the way to 2030. Every drop in the ocean counts. Absolutely. We need more money, but we have to start somewhere. So thank you very much. This is exactly the kind of quantitative approach we need alongside, of course, political commitment. And we see that the political commitment is right there. So, Excellencies, before we close, I have the very distinct privilege to give the floor for a closing keynote to His Excellency Ahmed Ali Al-Sayed, Minister of State of the United Arab Emirates. You have the floor, Excellency.
Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this critically important issue with you today. Water is a fundamental human right and the lifeblood of our shared earth. It is fundamental to all life, a key driver of human progress and development, and a critical enabler of all global climate agendas, including the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. To that end, we must acknowledge that COP28 takes place in one of the world's most water-scarce regions. In fact, my generation grew up without running water. And my father's generation imported water from across the region to survive. And without special knowledge of water locations, most of our region and techniques, most of our region populations would have perished. The UAE and its neighbors in the MENA region rank among the most water-stressed nations on earth. And we are not alone in facing the damaging effects of droughts, heat waves, and other hazards as water scarcity spreads to other parts of the world. According to recent estimates, water scarcity could result in a scenario where by 2025, over 1.8 billion people could find themselves living in countries or regions with absolute water scarcity, meaning a lack of supply after all feasible options to enhance supply and manage demand have been implemented. It almost always means restrictions on water usage. And even without absolute water scarcity, an estimated 2/3 of the global populations are living under water-stressed conditions. The links between water and climate change must be front and center of all our efforts. Water is the primary medium through which people experience climate change, from droughts to flood to sea level rise, and we must recognize at the same time that water enables all adaptations and mitigation solutions and is a prerequisite for a just climate future. We will fail on climate change if we do not solve water. Nevertheless, the seriousness and urgency of the threat posed by water scarcity have not been fully recognized around the world, with water scarcity not receiving the necessary levels of public attention and financial investments globally. The international community is falling dangerously behind, and its efforts to confront this challenge with potentially grave outcomes, the business as usual scenarios in facing this rising global challenge simply would no longer work. Given that no nation will be immune to the cascading effects of unmitigated water scarcity, making this truly a global issue, delivering an important and urgent, comprehensive and coordinated response from the international community is crucial to achieving a water secure and climate just future. The UAE is committed to prioritizing action to address water scarcity with the urgency required. I am therefore pleased to announce a pledge of $150 million in new funding to support efforts addressing multiple aspects of this multifaceted challenge, providing needed financing to scale existing solutions and stimulate innovation to address the global water crisis. We are extending an open invitation to like-minded governments, organizations, and individuals from around the world to be a part of this vital effort addressing the water scarcity challenge. Calling on the global community to harness the power of increased investment, accelerating technological innovation, and expanding international cooperation. All stakeholders, governments, the private sector, researchers and entrepreneurs, philanthropists, international organizations, and all of us as individuals have a crucial role to play in overcoming this pivotal threat to global security and prosperity, and we must act now. COP28 is our moment to unite and rally the world behind accelerated water action to achieve water sustainability, equity, and resilience at regional and global scales. And this year, COP28 is delivering a program that gives unprecedented political visibility and support for water and climate, which will unfold over the coming years. This is our opportunity. We must take advantage of it now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't leave the room. We have a surprise for you. Please take your seats. Don't leave. Energy will start shortly, but please don't leave the room. We have a special COP28 surprise. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة،
ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to invite on stage Badr Jafar, COP28 Special Representative and Chair of the COP28 Business and Philanthropy Forum, to introduce a special project highlighting the importance of climate action in displaced communities.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, music is the universal language that transcends borders and boundaries, and aligned with the truly inclusive spirit of COP28, engaging all cultures and regions of the world in unity for an urgent common purpose. We are honored to launch the COP28 Lasting Legacy Charity Anthem. This anthem was written by award-winning producer, my brother Red One, featuring 13 incredible artists from across the world, singing in their own beautiful languages in solidarity for united climate and nature action. All proceeds for this uplifting song will go towards supporting climate adaptation projects for vulnerable communities in partnership with the UNHCR and the IRC. So please join me, a big hand of applause, please join me in welcoming these amazing artists to the stage for the debut performance of Lasting Legacy.
Tomorrow starts today, lasting legacy. Now we all can make a change for better, together. احنا توحدنا ووحدتنا زي النسيج. Giờ là lúc chúng ta cùng hành động và chung cánh tay sang मिल कर काम करें हाथों में हाथ you and I услышьте наши голоса sayangi alam yang kau pijak. With the food we eat and air that we breathe. هو ذات الإحساس ما للفرح وجهين لما يزور الناس تضحك معاه العين ويوحد الأجناس والإرث ما هو اتنين for together, lasting legacy. We all have a role to play. Lasting legacy. du Nord. Bem-vindo a todos, de perto e de longe. 我们如何行动？以我们是谁 ？You and I, you and I. From the UAE out to the world, action and optimism first. With the food we eat and air that we breathe, lasting legacy, juntos por un mundo mejor. نتعاون نحمي سلامة كوكبنا.
Lasting legacy. We all have our role to play for better.
Todos juntos, together, together.
Lasting legacy. We all have our role to play. Lasting legacy.
You and I, you and I, you and I. Lasting legacy. Now we all can make a change.
Excellencies, dear heads of state, dear heads of international organizations, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this session of the World Climate Action Summit. I'm Melinda Crane, and on behalf of the COP28 presidency, it is a very great honor to accompany you today as moderator. Our focus, as you just heard, is to fast-tracking the just, equitable, and orderly energy transition, and I know that you need no reminder from me that this aim is absolutely urgent. The first global stocktake will formally conclude its work within the coming days, but we already know many of its conclusions, and they are clear. While some progress has been made, we are not where we need to be. To reach the Paris goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, we must up our game across the energy sector. This session, while outside the conference's official negotiating track, offers a key opportunity for collective action by all of you here in the room, by all leaders here today, to close the gaps that have been identified during the stocktake and fast-track emissions reduction. Just a very quick word on our program. After a keynote from our host and opening remarks from others, we will unveil decisive initiatives by governments, companies, and financial institutions, initiatives aimed at expediting decarbonization of energy systems that we have now, and also at scaling renewables and boosting efficiency. And following this session, we will move on to a groundbreaking summit that could do more than any other single step to put us back on track to reach the Paris goals. I refer to the commitment by UAE, by the US and China to tackle methane and other non-CO2 greenhouse gases. So let us begin. As the first country in the Middle East to ratify the Paris Agreement and commit to reducing emissions across its economy with the aim of reaching net zero by 2050, the United Arab Emirates have demonstrated ambition to accelerate climate action at home, as well as through hosting this COP, the largest climate conference ever. Energy is a key pillar of a vision that's geared toward driving real-world solutions that respond to the global stocktake and close the gaps to 2030. We hear more now from our host, the president of COP28, UAE, Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber. You have the floor. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Excellencies, heads of state and government, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, delegates, friends, and partners. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates, to Dubai, and to COP28. And allow me first to thank all of you for being here in person, for your engagement, for your guidance, and for your continued support. I'd like to begin this conversation with you today with a very simple point, and that is energy is actually our friend. Energy is our friend. It runs everything we rely on, from phones to factories. It keeps our homes, actually, it keeps your homes warm and our homes cool.
It allows children to study at night and hospitals to treat them if they become ill. In short, the world does not work without energy. Yet, the world will break down if we don't fix the energies we use today. The world will break down if we don't mitigate the emissions at a gigaton scale. And the world can potentially break down if we don't rapidly transition to zero carbon alternatives. These are facts we must come to terms with. And I know that you, Your Excellencies, and CEOs and chairmen of well-established, reputable companies from all over the world, I know that you respect the science. And if we do respect the science, we must translate that notion into real action. That is why the COP28 presidency is launching the Global Decarbonization Accelerator. The Global Decarbonization Accelerator addresses the demand and the supply of energy at the same time. It is a holistic approach. It is a comprehensive plan for a system-wide change. And it aligns more companies and countries around the North Star of keeping 1.5 within reach than ever before. It is a fact. It is indeed a fact that this program and this initiative does align with keeping 1.5 within reach. And yes, it is the first time ever. That is why the COP28 presidency is asking all parties to sign the global pledge to triple renewable energy capacity and double energy efficiency by 2030. And I have some good news for you. Up until this moment, before I stepped on stage, we have received 117 signatories representing 117 countries. So 117 countries have endorsed the pledge, and I am here capitalizing on this opportunity to be loud and clear about my continued persistence of asking all parties to join. I appreciate those who have believed in our mission and our drive and have signed up to this, but I do need more. And I'm kindly requesting all parties to come on board as soon as possible, please. This can and will help transition the world away from unabated coal. So we don't only come with initiatives that are not pragmatic or practical or fully equipped by real technological solutions and economic propositions. We don't come and say, shut this down, but we don't have the solution. We say we gradually go down on this and we go up on that, and we equip it and facilitate it and enable it with solutions, with technology, with capital, with economic propositions, with policy. That is what is needed. It is not either or. It is a parallel approach. And if we do it right, and if we do it fast, they will converge much faster than you can ever imagine. But we must start. And that said, greening electricity only addresses 30% of the challenge we face today. What does that mean? While I do appreciate the fact that this is a very good step, in fact, it's a big step in the right direction, yet it only addresses 30%. What do we need? We need many more different solutions for heavy emitting industries. And that is why our plan includes the Industrial Transition Accelerator. This partnership cuts across all heavy emitting industries, including heavy transportation, aluminum, steel, and cement. You know and I know these industries, these important industries that our economies very much rely on, cannot run on renewable energy alone. Again, that's another fact that we must come to terms with. This initiative and program will focus on faster adoption of zero carbon energies like hydrogen. It will push for smart policies to commercialize and scale the hydrogen value chain. And for hydrogen, while I appreciate the progress made thus far, one has to consider and think and reflect what would it really take for the hydrogen industry to take off. Policy, advancement of technology, applying capital to scale up this technology, but we also need the market. Without the market, this industry will not see light. So let's define the market, and let's develop one standard for the market so we can see much more capital flow into advancing the scaling up of technology and the commercialization of the hydrogen industry. We're not there yet. And I'm here not breaking news. Those who are in the industry are very aware of where we stand. And I know that almost all energy companies that have the technology background, that have the engineering capability, that have the people, that have the capital, that have the access, all of them have hydrogen very high on their priority list. Yet, they're waiting for the market to mature. And to mature the market, that's where governments need to step up. And that's where international institutions need to develop a standard that will allow for hydrogen to start flowing in the market. Excellencies, as we race to build the energy system we need, we must do all we can to decarbonize the energy system we have today. That is, in fact, a critical success factor for us. And that is one of the main objectives and strategic imperatives of the Global Decarbonization Accelerator, is to provide all solutions to decarbonize the current energy system while we phase up all new sources of energy that are zero carbon emission. And that means we must work very hard into taking real actions to decarbonizing fossil fuels. On this, I have been very clear. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I must repeat myself. The oil and gas industry must align around our North Star of keeping 1.5 within reach. And that is exactly the rationale and the thinking behind the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter that we are announcing today. This initiative, it's a big step for many. And I know it's a giant leap for some, especially those who have not already started on this journey before. So far, 50 international and national oil companies representing over 40% of global oil production have signed up. That is a phenomenal achievement. 19 of them are adopting net zero 2050 targets for the first time. And 31 have also committed to net zero methane emissions by 2030 for the first time. Now, is it enough? Again, hear me out, please. No, it is not enough. And I say it with full passion and conviction. I know that much more can be done. I know that they have the engineering capability. I know they have the capacity. I know they have the capital. I know they have the technology. I know they have the access. And I know that this industry has decades of accumulated experience in managing the most complex projects. If we were to combine all of these ingredients together and enable it with a platform that will allow for them to talk and to engage and to cooperate and to collaborate, we will be able to move much faster in this energy transition. And that is one of the main strategic imperatives behind the Global Decarbonization Accelerator. I do know, and I fully acknowledge and respect the position of many countries and companies, IOCs and NOCs. And yes, I do agree that this is a very good step in the right direction. But I will not stop. I will keep pushing for more. Methane is the low-hanging fruit. It is an easy and a quick win. Let's not overcomplicate the situation. I know you can do it. And I trust that you can do it. The sector must tackle the harder part of all Scope 1 and 2 emissions. And it must invest much more in clean energy and other clean technologies to help address Scope 3. We agreed in the beginning of this discussion that we will be factual and will come to terms with realities. What I'm trying to present here is facts and realities. And like I said, and just like I'm asking companies and industry and corporates to step up, I am also asking governments to step up. They need to be creative, they need to be innovative, and they need to come out of their comfort zone. They need to start thinking in a more progressive manner to develop new policies that will help trigger and activate and incentivize and motivate the private sector to come and invest more in decarbonization as well as in the new sources of energy. Methane and other non-CO2 gases are responsible for half of today's global warming. That is why the commitment made by the US and China last month was such a historic moment. And we're very proud, as the United Arab Emirates, to be the ones that have enabled this whole engagement. To have the two biggest economies commit to develop economy-wide plans for reducing these potent emissions. That is not a small step. That is, in fact, a big achievement. And I'm asking all parties to submit 2035 NDCs that are economy-wide and cover all GHGs in their submissions. For the initiative of the accelerator to be truly comprehensive, they must connect and build on existing initiatives. We don't want to work in silos. We must go and capitalize on what is already out there, what already exists, like the Breakthrough Agenda. Today we are launching the Emirates Breakthroughs, which outlines priority and actions for government and for private sector, like investing jointly in collaborative programs in research and development. And I'm pleased to say that 56 countries representing over 60% of global GDP are now supporting actions across power, steel, hydrogen, transport, agriculture, buildings, and cement. That's a great achievement as well. Excellencies, everything I have outlined adds up to more countries and more companies from more sectors than ever before, and I don't want to repeat it again. One point I want to underline, though. Everything is underpinned with full inclusivity, and everything is aligning with our North Star of keeping 1.5 within reach. And allow me to say, we have all the necessary momentum. We have the traction. We have the positivity. And I ask you all to build on it and capitalize on it and help us move even faster. We need your energy to decarbonize the world's energy. And I know we can do it, and I know we can do it now. So let's please work together and let's get results. I thank you.
Many, many thanks to COP28 President, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, for those clear words and for sharing your vision and your determination and your energy with us. And I look forward to welcoming you back on stage later on for our Methane Summit. Now, we want to pick up and do a deeper dive on several of the central components of the vision that Dr. Al Jaber just outlined. We are going to begin with the Industrial Transition Accelerator, and I'd like to ask our leaders to join us as I read off your names. Michael Bloomberg is UN Special Envoy on Climate Ambition and Solutions. Mark Carney is the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance. Simon Steele is Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, and Faustine de la Salle is CEO of the Mission Possible Partnership, which brings together climate leaders and companies dedicated to industrial decarbonization. So if you'll please join me here on stage, then we can get started. Simon Steele, if you could. A very warm welcome to all of you. And because this is a lightning round, I'm going to dispense with long introductions and lists of your amazing achievements and simply get right down to business. And as Dr. Al Jaber reminded us, a major goal of the COP28 presidency is accelerating decarbonization of existing systems And to that end, you are jointly inaugurating here and now a new platform to overcome one of the biggest challenges that we face, namely cutting emissions where it's especially hard to do so in sectors such as heavy industry, energy, transport, which according to the IPCC together account for nearly 3/4 of all greenhouse gas emissions. So I'd like to ask you to tell us, if you would, about the genesis of the Industrial Transition Accelerator, its aims, its modus operandi, and especially how it will add value to a mitigation landscape that is already crowded with initiatives and projects and acronyms, and what you think is really special about this particular Industrial Transition Accelerator. And I'll start right here with Michael Bloomberg. I guess maybe you may need to speak from the podium up there, sorry.
Well, thank you, and let me begin by thanking Dr. Sultan for his leadership in setting the stage for a successful conference and his willingness to tackle the especially difficult parts of the climate puzzle head on. I started with you 6 months ago, and who would have thought we'd be here today? What really is a success. So congratulations. You should sleep well and be very proud, you and your family, of what you did. As the world comes together for COP28, the good news is the global switch to clean energy is speeding up and building momentum. However, it's still not happening fast enough. And most of the progress has been in the electricity and transportation sectors, not in the industrial sector, and that needs to change. The challenge is, how do we cut emissions while still growing the industries that fight poverty and promote prosperity? For example, concrete and steel are essential to building roads, homes, offices, and machinery. But right now, concrete and steel production creates a lot of emissions. Another example is shipping and aviation. They make global trade possible, and global trade is the single most powerful anti-poverty program the world has ever created. But shipping and aviation also produce a lot of emissions. We want to expand these industries, especially in the global south, while at the same time reducing their emissions. It is a complex challenge, but it's one that we can meet with new partnerships across government and finance and private business. And Dr. Sultan deserves a lot of credit for making this challenge a key focus of his role as COP president. Today, I'm glad to announce that we're forming a new global partnership to take on the challenge. It's called the Industrial Transition Accelerator. Its goal is to drive more capital to technology that can help to decarbonize heavy industry, including promising new energy sources like green hydrogen. It will also help companies develop plans to cut carbon emissions and help develop policies that support and incentivize those cuts. The UAE and Bloomberg Philanthropies will co-fund the initiative. It brings together a great group of partners, including UN Climate Change, the International Energy Agency, Mission Possible Partnership, RMI, and the Energy Transition Commission. And more national governments have committed to reaching net zero emissions. So have many of the world's biggest financial firms, through GFANZ, or as we call it, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, of which I've been glad to chair with Mark Carney. Mark, thank you for everything that you've done. He's been a long leader when it comes to helping the world finance the transition to clean energy and knock down barriers that stand in the way. And we're fortunate enough, I'm happy to say, to have him both on the boards of both Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Mark, we have plenty of work for you to do, but so does the world. Reducing emissions from heavy industry and transport is essential to preventing the worst dangers of climate change. And the science tells us that we really don't have a second to waste. So let me thank our partners in this work, And special thanks to Simon Steele and his colleagues at the United Nations. And we're looking forward to seeing the results of this partnership as it gets underway. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for what you do. We're on the right path, but make no mistake about it, we're not there yet. And unless we get there, and get there very quickly, we could start a calamity that would be irreversible, and it's just too difficult to contemplate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Bloomberg, and we go straight to Mark Carney.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Your Excellency, Dr. Sultan, thank you for your leadership. Excellencies, salam alaikum. I want to pick up where Mike left off, and Dr. Sultan mentioned this as well, and I want to be absolutely clear what we're addressing in the Industry Transition Accelerator. The progress that's been made on beginning to bend the arc of emissions has been in power generation and light vehicles. I'm slightly simplifying, but it's largely been there. This is about heavy industry and heavy transportation. Those sectors generate more than a third of global emissions. There's been very little progress in those sectors. In fact, those sectors, the emissions in those sectors will rise by another 30% by 2050 on current trajectories, making it impossible for the world to get to 1.5 degrees. And the challenges to decarbonization in heavy industry are numerous. They're both carbon intensive and they're hard to electrify. Reducing emissions requires investments in new low carbon manufacturing, in green hydrogen, and deploying at large scale carbon capture and storage. And many of these technologies are early stage, they're nascent. All of them are uneconomic at small scale. There are regulatory barriers. And given interconnections, and this is a key element of the Global Decarbonization Accelerator, is to focus on the system and the interconnections. Given the interconnections, slow progress in one sector slows progress in all sectors. So as a consequence of this, many companies in these sectors, these heavy emitting sectors, are caught in transition traps. They know what they need to do, but they struggle to get the financing to cut emissions meaningfully. And without a clear path forward, investors demand the return of cash flows today rather than encouraging those companies to invest in a low carbon tomorrow. The ITA will help spring those traps. It'll do so by bringing together industry leaders with policymakers, with finance, and with those technical experts that Mike just mentioned. And so far, 1,300 major companies representing over half of the emissions in their sectors, that means almost 20% of global emissions, are members of the partner organizations that are joining the ITA. And this platform is open. It's open to new members, only those that have the drive to match the ambition of the ITA. But let's be clear. The ITA is not about new net zero pledges. It is about unlocking investment to deliver decarbonization solutions across steel, aluminium, cement, chemicals, shipping, and aviation. And it will help those companies with science-based targets and credible transition plans to get the sustainable product demand, the finance, and the policy support they need to decarbonize. And crucially, it will improve collaboration between sectors and with energy so that all can move faster together. The way it'll do this is to leverage existing initiatives, but at a totally different scale and scope, combined with the public and private sector to lift barriers and turbocharge progress. It will focus on scaling net zero technologies that these sectors need, driving up demand for green products, creating the right policy environments to reach tipping points for the mass deployment of decarbonization solutions, and developing financing solutions to bridge tomorrow's demand for green products with the investments that are needed today to produce them. And GFANZ is honored to play the role of the financing pillar as part of the ITA. To finish, the ITA should be judged on the scale of the projects that are launched in the near term and the gigatons of carbon reduced by the end of this decade. It's in the spirit of the task that the COP president has set us to unite all critical players in heavy emitting sectors and to focus on actions that deliver what's needed to bend the emissions curve towards climate justice. And with that, I will pass to Simon Steele. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as a newly fledged co-chair, I'm pleased to welcome the Industrial Transition Accelerator, the ITA. The ITA represents a strategic convergence of policy, finance, technology, and collaborative efforts to make significant strides in various sectors, including heavy industry, energy, and transport, to keep 1.5 within reach. From the UNFCCC's perspective, a key aspect of the ITA is the policy connection. This initiative can play a crucial role by annually feeding back the progress and challenges faced across industries to the COP process. The ITA can facilitate the sharing of experiences from diverse stakeholders through projects and collaborative efforts, driving cross-sectoral and sector-specific decarbonization. Focusing on addressing critical challenges and driving solution implementation, the ITA structure can boost the sustainable industrial transition. As we look forward to COP30 in Brazil, we anticipate witnessing substantial progress by both parties and industry toward our collective goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. This initiative has the opportunity to not only deliver tangible results, but also support parties by using lessons learned from projects to inform policy conditions necessary to deliver on the Paris Agreement at scale. I want to thank my fellow co-chairs, Dr. Sultan, Mike Bloomberg, Mark Carney, for putting forward the Industrial Transition Accelerator to unite industry, finance, and policy around a common table to tackle key decarbonization challenges. I also happily note that despite initially having 4 male co-chairs, the executive director and brain trust of this operation is female. Thanks to the leadership of Faustine, I think this initiative has a chance it may just work. It is important to locate this initiative within both the scientific context of the necessity of accelerating efforts substantially, with a view to confining global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, which will require comprehensive and rapid global decarbonization across all sectors and industries, and the rapid and unqualified conclusion of the role of fossil fuel-based energy production and consumption. With its cross-sector approach and sector-focused support, the ITA can unlock a first wave of projects catalyzing multi-stakeholder support and accelerating our journey towards sustainable, low-carbon future. I hope we build on the work, and a lot of work has gone on before, to make the most of this opportunity and take all industry leaders with us on this journey. I look forward to supporting this effort as part of the Leadership Council of the ITA. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon Steele. And Faustine de la Salle.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, since 2019, the Mission Possible Partnership and many partners who are present in this room today has been focusing on demonstrating that it is feasible to reach net zero emissions in all of those heavy emitting industry and transport sectors. And we've galvanized corporate leadership in those sectors. We're delighted and grateful today to be partnering up with the COP28 presidency, the UN Climate Change, UN Envoys and Bloomberg Philanthropies to host the Industrial Transition Accelerator. This ITA will enable us to scale up and speed up our collective efforts. The clock is ticking. Given the lead time to build industrial assets, we need investment decisions to happen in the next 2 to 3 years if we want projects to be up and running by 2030 and start making a dent on global emissions. The renewable energy revolution shows us that investment can flow if the business case is there. But today, in the heavy emitting sectors we're talking about, we are still facing a green premium. So how can we unlock investment in those conditions? We need a number of ingredients to line up. We need to scale clean energy solutions for energy-intensive sectors. We need to achieve technology cost reductions through economies of scale. But to get to that scale, we first need demand at scale, even if the green products today are still more expensive than their gray equivalent. We need, therefore, policy frameworks that will not only improve the economics of supply, but also drive demand through regulation and mandates. And we'll need financial mechanisms to help de-risk the first wave of investment. The ITA is an unprecedented effort to boost existing initiatives that already address each of those challenges, but also to orchestrate the multi-stakeholder collaboration that we need across those different dimensions of the ecosystem to unlock projects. We'll do that on a global scale where we need harmonization across borders. And we'll do that locally as well, hand in hand with governments, to help unlock projects in a diverse set of geographies. Together with all of our partners, we can create the favorable conditions for investment at scale. We can support a pipeline of projects and put shovels in the ground in the next few years across the globe. We can learn from those first projects to do faster and to do better for the next wave of projects. But let's be clear, there will be economic and political headwinds. And so in that context, what we will need is unwavering commitment to collaboration and tenacious leadership from industry, from finance, and from governments to succeed and to keep us on track with 1.5 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you. And before you leave us, before you go back to your places, may I ask you to stand and do one very quick family photo for the new accelerator to commemorate this moment. So if we can get our camera people over here. And ladies and gentlemen, let's please give the Industrial Transition Accelerator partners a very, very warm round of applause. Thank you so much to all of you. We wish you the very utmost success as the accelerator moves forward. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now shift our focus from decarbonizing existing systems to building the energy systems of tomorrow. And doing so is essential and exciting, no question, but it is also complex and disruptive, which is why the overarching title of this session includes the adjectives just, equitable, and orderly. We hear next from a group of far-sighted leaders whose countries have embarked on transitions that strive to fulfill all three of those goals while simultaneously achieving ambitious targets, tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. That's the joint commitment that our speakers have pledged to fulfill. I will now ask them on stage. Please join us one by one as I introduce you. Then we're going to take seats here, and then I'll ask you to speak one by one. And I now begin with country names in alphabetical order, starting with Brazil, whose Minister for Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture is with us. The Honorable Paulo Teixeira. Please join us here on stage. Yes. Welcome. And Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, is with us. They are moving far and fast to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. And together with the COP28 presidency, she is announcing the Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge. So, again, going in alphabetical order by country and/or international organization. I am next pleased to welcome His Excellency Hage Geingob. He is President of the Republic of Namibia. Your country has been called the potential clean energy hub of Africa due to its unusually abundant sun and wind, and he'll tell us how Namibia plans to realize that potential and what it needs in order to do so. Welcome, President Geingob. I'm also very pleased to welcome His Excellency Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, which aims at becoming a sustainable island state with one of the first 100% renewable electricity grids in the Caribbean. Welcome to you, sir. And finally, it is a great honor to welcome Her Excellency Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, which has seen a remarkable rise in green energy over recent years, driven not least by hundreds of billions of dollars of investment through the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'm hoping she is with us here in the room. Maybe not yet, but we will get started and hopefully she will then join us. And I'm sorry, an additional speaker. The Honorable Malai Saramaya Nawalu is also with us, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and External Trade for the Republic of Vanuatu, which, despite being carbon negative, has launched one of the world's most ambitious climate programs, aiming to generate 100% of its electricity from renewables by 2030. And just if you would take that seat, please. You take that one right there. Well, actually, you can go one down, and we'll leave that one vacant in case Vice President Harris does join us. And just a reminder, dear leaders, our window of time is rather tight, so I would be grateful if you would keep your remarks to under 3 minutes. And please, I would like you to speak from the podium since these are not working, as I understand. And we will begin now with Commission President Ursula von der Leyen.
Thank you very much, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Today, the world takes an important step to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. Reaching this goal starts with transforming the energy sector. As you all know, energy accounts for 75% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and this has to go down. We must roll out more renewables, and we must use less energy to produce the products and the services we need. And if this is right, we must set ourselves global targets, because only what gets measured gets done. And this is the reason why 8 months ago we launched the idea of global targets on renewable energy and energy efficiency. And it looked like a long shot, an almost impossible gamble. But we all believed that we had to give it a try. And actually the result is amazing. While Dr. Sultan was speaking, and he obviously was very convincing, Mexico also signed up to our pledge. Now we are at 118 countries from all continents to sign up the global pledge. To double global energy efficiency, to triple renewable capacity to at least 11 terawatts. This is good news for at least 3 reasons. First, we send a message of hope to all those people who need access and affordable energy, to keep the lights on without polluting the air, or to prepare meals without breathing in harmful smoke. We need clean energy that is affordable and accessible to all. The world's cheapest energy is the energy that is not used, as we all know. And therefore, we set the goal to double energy efficiency by 2030. And the world's cheapest energy source are renewables. Therefore, the goal to triple renewables by 2030. Solar energy, for instance, is today 10 times cheaper than 10 years ago. And renewables create new and good jobs. Today, there are more clean energy workers in the world than fossil fuel workers. And since 2019, in all regions that saw declines in fossil fuel jobs, clean energy jobs have outweighed these losses by far. So, the transformation of our energy system is not only good for the planet, but it's also good for our economy, and it is good for our workers across the world. Second point, with these goals, we also send a clear message to industries and investors. We are providing them with clarity and predictability about the future, the direction of travel. So they will know how much additional capacity we need by 2030. And this will help them plan their businesses and investments. The global targets can mobilize much needed private capital all across the world. And my third reason is that the targets will also provide a benchmark to track progress. I'm very grateful to the International Energy Agency and IRENA for their commitment to measure progress and to report it, because, as I said before, only what gets measured gets done. So, today is a day of celebration. We have built a truly global coalition with large industrial economies, with small island states, and with developing nations. We come from all corners of the globe. We have very different starting points, but we are united by one common vision, by one single objective, to protect our climate while seizing the economic potential of the clean energy transition. I would like to thank all those who contributed. First of all, the COP28 presidency. But let me also express my gratitude to all the leaders who championed this initiative from the very outset, like President Ruto, Prime Minister Motley, President Biden, all those who joined us here to make it happen. Thank you very much. This is a great moment. But our work is only starting. 2030 is around the corner. And in the coming days, we have to make sure that these targets are in the final COP declaration. And last but not least, in some countries, the cost of capital for renewables is prohibitively high. That is the message I took away from the African Climate Summit in Nairobi. So we need to unlock the necessary financial support for countries that need it. And therefore, I am glad to announce that in the next 2 years, the European Union will invest €2.3 billion from the EU budget to support this energy transition in our neighborhood and around the globe. Because, my friends, every country on earth deserves clean, affordable, and homegrown energy. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, today can be a turning point to make the clean energy go global and to put the world back on track towards our 1.5-degree goal. I thank you very much. I wish us all a very successful COP28. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Commission President von der Leyen, for that very inspiring speech. We go now to the President of the Republic of Namibia, President Geingob. You have the floor.
A question, please. I'm sorry. I want to pose that, and I will make my statement, and you answer me later on. If you have a country, you're focusing on green hydrogen, you are saying that's a future, and all of a sudden, you discover oil, vast number of oil. What would you do? I would like to answer later on advice, because I need advice in that. One country is in that trouble. Agenda 2063 beckons us to forge a united Africa, resilient in the face of global challenges. It is a call to build an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful continent, one that harnesses its resources sustainably for the benefit of all. Namibia, with its vast landscapes and untapped renewable potential, is poised to champion this cause. Our commitment extends beyond national borders. By harnessing the power of renewable energy, Namibia aims to propel a new era of economic growth that is both environmentally conscious and socially inclusive. Our ambition is clear: to position Namibia as a hub for renewable energy innovation, driving green industrialization that creates jobs, fosters economic development, and ensures energy access to all. We are currently developing 9, now I'm being practical and pointing out action. Many of you are talking about theory, so to say. But I'm saying we are currently developing 9 different green hydrogen projects that are looking to use renewable energy to produce clean molecules that will decarbonize various sectors of our economies, including transport and agriculture, and create whole new industries, such as those emanating from the chemicals and basic materials sectors. These activities promise to diversify our exports and will significantly bolster our gross fixed capital formation. To do this, Namibia will need to deploy more than 10 gigawatts of renewables in these next 2 decades, more than 30 times our existing generation capacity. This is our pledge today. Now Namibia has generous deposits of lithium and light and heavy rare earth elements, critical raw materials that are needed to engender the energy transition. Today we are exploring ways to use these minerals to manufacture battery precursors within our borders, adding value to our natural endowment before exporting them, and we are aiming to do so by deploying additional renewable energy. Significant new infrastructure such as new airports, roads, railways, transmission lines and pipelines for water and hydrogen will have to be built. Together, we will need to move billions of dollars to achieve this fact. We recognize that green industrialization is not just an economic imperative, but a pathway to environmental sustainability and social equity. As we address the challenges posed by climate challenge, Namibia invites you to join hands in this most important collective effort. Namibia stands ready to collaborate, share knowledge, and forge partnerships that will accelerate the adoption of renewable energy technologies across the African continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, President. And of course, it's worth noting that the sun and wind that will power that renewable energy pledge also make your country one of the driest in the world and therefore one of those most at risk for climate change. Thank you very much. Let us move on now to Prime Minister Drew.
Greetings to all. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and all those who are part of this panel. Thank all of you for coming and for hearing us. And today is why I am always proud of multilateralism, that someone from me, from a country which is a smaller country within the Western Hemisphere, can grace the stage and offer our own approach and solution to what is happening with climate change. I speak, of course, for SIDS, small island developing states, especially those that are ocean states, rather, in the Atlantic and in the Pacific. Specifically in the Atlantic, coming from St. Kitts and Nevis, we are on the front line of climate change. We did not create the problem. However, we are suffering tremendously. Notwithstanding, we do not claim victimhood, but we really want to be a part of the solution. And St. Kitts and Nevis, although we are small, we think and we know that we can contribute to the solution of dealing with the scourge of climate change. And as I said, we have also pledged that by 2030, we would transition and transition significantly. I would like to say that just a few days ago, St. Kitts and Nevis, although the smallest independent country in the Western Hemisphere, we have just signed an agreement to have developed the largest solar energy battery in the whole of the Caribbean. Our size does not limit us. We also do recognize that we have a very significant resource in our country, a resource on the island of Nevis, the first country to develop tourism or to be identified as a touristic island in the Western Hemisphere since the 16th century. The issue of geothermal. Geothermal on Nevis offers us a real solution. Even though we will be 30% renewable in the next 2 years, geothermal gives us the opportunity to be 100% renewable by 2030. But it does not only allow St. Kitts and Nevis to resolve its transition issue. it really also gives us the initiative and the opportunity to help the other countries and islands within our sphere, because that resource has the potential to produce much more energy, maybe over 50 times the amount of energy that we require. And as part of our national thrust, and being a part of a region where we are partners and a part of the world in which we exist and want to see flourish and deal with this scourge, we are willing to share that energy resource with the neighboring countries so that they can help to transition to renewable as well. But we don't, thank you. But we don't intend to keep it there. We also want to use that energy resource to help in green shipping, because although we are small, we see over 1 million tourists per year, with a significant number of cruise lines passing through our island and country and through other countries of the Caribbean. How about if we can use this resource and offer them the opportunity to use green energy to transit through the Caribbean while enjoying a cruise, while enjoying the Caribbean islands? You can do so in a green way. That is also our vision for the region. But we have not only stopped there. We have decided that even though we are the smallest among the countries and already transitioning significantly and offering our solutions, we are now embarking on developing the largest course in any college for teaching our young people and our people in general to become technicians in the renewable space. And we will not only do that for St. Kitts and Nevis, we are also offering, or will also offer, these courses to our neighbors within the Caribbean and wherever people may come from. So at the end of the day, I'm saying that even though we are small and we are suffering, we are not playing victimhood. We are looking for partners and for solutions, and we have invested our own monies to make sure that we can transition. But we are asking that you join us. For example, to develop the geothermal, we have put forward $17 million of our own money. We need another $20 million. And this is where we're asking that partners can join us to help us to build out this resource that can help significantly in the region like the Caribbean. And so we are not claiming victimhood, we are claiming partners and to be part of the solution to resolve this matter. And so I want to wrap up by saying, once again, that we see this as a moonshot, because it has to be a moonshot. I see in the theme that we mentioned the word orderly transition, but I would like to offer up something that I consider oxymoron, that is disruptive orderly transition. The reason for that, if we are to accelerate, it means that we have to transition very quickly. In and of itself, that is already a disruption, but it can be done orderly. And so I want to say to the world, from the Caribbean, and from our small state, which has taken a big step to help to resolve this matter, that let us all join together, because if we don't, we will all be at loss. Let us work together to save ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And we hear now from Deputy Prime Minister Nwelu. Welcome, you have the floor.
Dear Excellencies, Ministers and colleagues, the topic of just transition is a crucial and critical one for OSCE's member states, and we look forward to a constructive and fruitful discussions during this session. Our time here in Dubai presents a critical moment in history. We are confronted by the alarming latest IPCC signs and the GST synthesis report that highlights the urgent need for a course correction and the understanding that without a just transition, it will not be possible to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius. As small island states, we would like to raise attention to SEED's special circumstances and the vulnerability that our communities face. Our small islands contribute less than 1% of global emissions, yet we bear the harsh burdens of climate change the most. In Vanuatu alone this year, we've been hit by 3 Category 5 cyclones. That is not fair or just. We are hoping that the operationalization of the Just Transition Program will contribute to supporting our country's green development and climate resilience. For seeds, our national context reflects significant barriers to ensuring elements of just transitions. These include high vulnerability to the adverse impacts of climate change, limited fiscal space, high debt, small-scale economies, and high dependence on external imports and that disadvantage our transition to clean energy. A strong link exists between sustainable development, vulnerability, and climate risk. And as developing countries, we have limited economic, social, and institutional resources, often resulting in low adaptive capacities and high vulnerability. The IPCC AR6 synthesis report highlights that prioritizing just transition processes, among other things, can enable adaptation and ambitious mitigation actions and climate resilient developments. It stresses that forward-looking policies that prioritize equity, climate justice, right-based approaches, and inclusion lead to more sustainable outcomes and support transformative changes and advance climate action. OASIS is encouraged by discussions around the Just Transition Work Program and looks forward to its operationalizing the COP28. Looking at the barriers and opportunities listed above, it is important that the outputs and outcome of our discussion on the GWP advance the just transition in seeds in light of these challenges, accelerating real, equitable, just transition pathways that ensure that the swift to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy benefits everyone and facilitates adequate financing to support it. The work program should avoid duplication of work and build on existing work streams, and is encouraged to be forward-looking and action-driven, encompassing the needs of all nations and communities, and truly ensuring nobody is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. And let us now go to Brazil and to the Minister for Agrarian Development, Mr. Teixeira. And Brazil has been called a potential clean energy superpower by the World Bank, which says that you can achieve that and simultaneously save the Amazon. So we're eager to hear your pledge, sir.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, everyone. President Lula has asked me to read you the speech that he made for this session in the plenary. The launch of the Pact for Renewable Energies and Energy Efficiency. I would like to thank the presidency of COP28 and the European Commission for this initiative. Some weeks ago, various regions of Brazil have gone through a brutal wave of a heat wave outside season. The charge of the electric system reached historic levels and went over 100 gigawatts. This is the bad news. The good news is this exceptional demand was made through 90% clean energy, 60% of hydro energy, 20% of solar energy, and 10% of wind and power. For this reason, Brazil is comfortable in participating of this pact that we're launching today. This is a noble cause, an urgent cause, and we have a lot of experience to share. Amongst the tasks that we have in front of us, decarbonization of the transport sector will be a great challenge for the whole world. In Brazil, we use for half a century ethanol as a fuel. We stopped consuming 2.5 billion. We 2 billion barrels of petrol, corresponding to 2 years of the current Brazilian production. We have developed the technology of flex engines. They can use any proportion of gasoline or ethanol. Our gasoline already has 27% ethanol, and soon it will contain 30%. This allowed Brazil, in the last 20 years, to stop emitting over 500 million tons of carbon dioxide, the equivalent, almost double the annual emissions of countries such as France, Italy, and the United Kingdom. Biofuels can be one solution for other countries and for the most difficult sectors for decarbonization, such as aviation or freight. I invite all countries to join the Global Alliance for Biofuels. Another promising front is green hydrogen. Brazil has launched a program so that low-emission hydrogen in Brazil can be the most competitive in the world. We can generate green hydrogen in a sustainable way in Brazil and attract investment, technology, and companies to produce low-carbon products that the world needs. We can also export green hydrogen to help other countries in the process of their energy transition. Thus, the Global Pact objective of tripling renewables is welcome. However, we need to think about how slow decarbonization is taking place, and we will work harder for an economy less dependent on fossil fuels. Brazil already has 50% of its energy mix based on renewables. It is one of the cleanest amongst the large economies. But we cannot be prisoners to the results we have already reached. We need to break idleness in relation to the results in order to move further with new results. Doubling our targets in terms of energy efficiency is a challenge that involves many technological production issues and consumption. It depends on the country, the region, climate, development, and the lacks of products in each places. Poorer countries can triple their renewables and double their energy efficiency. Cannot do so without adequate finance. Without resources, we will not reach the targets of the pact and will deepen the asymmetries between developing and developed countries. Finance is a key word in this debate. It is central during the Brazilian presidency of G20, which started yesterday. For this reason, I call all countries that historically most contributed to climate change so that they do their homework, because we're doing our own homework. Climate issue is not just a technical or technological issue. It is essentially an ethical question. Thank you very much. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those words, and thank all of you for your emphasis as well on the need for capital for the investments that will be required. And that, of course, is a major theme here also at COP28. As I understand it, we will now be joined, perhaps she's already in the room, by U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. Here she is. Welcome. And dear Vice President, we are discussing the pledge, the new pledge for a tripling of renewable energy. a doubling of energy efficiency. We're delighted to have you with us. And as I mentioned, no worries, thank you. It's wonderful that you can join us. And if you like, you can go straight to the podium because we are talking about the increase of renewable energy, and certainly the U.S. has seen a major rise in renewable energy, not least due to the Inflation Reduction Act's triggering of hundreds of millions in investment. So tell us your pledge.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. It is good to be here with the leaders who are present from government, from civil society, and philanthropy. And I want to start by thanking you all for your partnership in taking on, of course, one of the most urgent issues of our time. So our nations gathered 28 years ago in Berlin, Germany at COP1. At that time, many doubted the threat posed by the climate crisis. 20 years later, there's no doubt. Across our world, communities are choked by drought, washed out by floods, and decimated by hurricanes. Wildfire smoke darkens our skies, and rising seas threaten the lives and livelihoods of millions of people. The urgency of this moment is clear. The clock is no longer just ticking, it is banging, and we must make up for lost time. And we cannot afford to be incremental. We need transformative change and exponential impact. As nations, we must have the ambition that is necessary to meet this moment. We must lead with courage and conviction, and we must treat the climate crisis as the existential threat that it truly is. It is, dare I say, our duty and our obligation, not a choice. President Biden and I feel a deep sense of responsibility in this moment. We invested roughly $1 trillion over the next 10 years to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, boost climate resilience, and support adaptation and build a clean energy economy. The largest investment in climate, not only in the history of our country, but in the history of the world. Today, the United States is proud to join more than 115 nations in a commitment to double energy efficiency and to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. And because of our historic investments, the United States is on path to meet these goals. This year alone, the United States has built more than 30 gigawatts of solar energy, which will generate, we are proud to say, more power than 15 Hoover dams. And to carry that renewable energy from where it is generated to where it is needed most, we are building thousands of miles of more efficient, high-voltage transmission lines. To implement increased energy efficiency, we are also helping millions of Americans install energy upgrades in their homes and their businesses. We have also invested billions of dollars in clean energy research and development to continue our nation's leadership in clean energy innovation. And we understand the whole world will benefit from our work. When the United States increases renewable energy production and innovation, it lowers the costs and boosts the efficiency of renewable energy technology around the globe, which of course makes it easier and more affordable for countries around the world to meet their climate goals. And I will note, crucially, our collective pledge today to rapidly increase renewable energy also includes a call for all nations to stop building new unabated coal power plants. a type of power plant that the United States stopped building more than a decade ago. The climate crisis has emphasized that our world is interconnected and interdependent. And to meet these global challenges, we must have global collaboration. As Vice President, I have partnered with Caribbean leaders, including Prime Minister Terence Drew, yes, and Mia Motley and others, to launch a new initiative to build climate resilience and renewable energy for island nations. Earlier this year, I was proud to be in Zambia, where we secured $7 billion in private sector investment for initiatives such as climate-smart agriculture and renewable energy projects across the continent of Africa. Last month, I launched the Women in Sustainable Economy Initiative for job training and support for women in the blue and green economies, an initiative that in just the past few weeks has generated $480 million in new public and private sector commitments, bringing our total to $1.4 billion. And to ensure that developing countries can build a clean energy economy, today I am proud to announce that the United States is launching a new partnership to help build clean energy supply chains around the globe. We are also announcing $568 million in concessional lending as part of this partnership to help drive investment in clean energy manufacturing. I will close then with this. As Vice President, I have had the privilege to meet with young climate leaders from across the United States and around the world. No matter where they come from, these young leaders have something in common. They understand the urgency of this moment, and they fight with conviction, knowing we still have time to make a difference. So let us all share in their sense of urgency and their optimism. Let us all lead then with ambition and conviction. Despite the profound challenges we face and the time that is moving quickly, let us harness the power that we have together to build a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous future for this generation and for generations to come. I thank you.
Vice President, thank you very much for joining us, and to all who have made these commitments, many, many thanks. We wish you the very utmost in success, and let us get one quick photo before you leave the stage. And dear audience, please stay with us because we will transition seamlessly now to our Methane Summit. So kindly do stay with us. So glad you've joined the photo. Thank you. We very much hope that all of you in the room will be inspired by the pledges we did just here today and make your own commitments to triple renewables and double energy efficiency. Thank you very much. That wraps up this part of this session of the World Climate Action Summit. We do now move very quickly into our next session, which is the Methane Summit. So kindly stay with us, and we will proceed immediately.
Donna is coming. He'll be here in 3 minutes.
I know that. I was just going to get everybody seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we can begin with our next session. Welcome back, Excellencies, dear guests. Are we ready to act in time to save our planet? That is the burning question that confronts each climate conference more urgently every passing year. Here at the COP28 summit on methane and other non-CO2 greenhouse gases, we are going to answer that question with a yes. On behalf of the Methane Summit co-hosts, UAE, the US, and China, welcome to an affirmation that the world's largest economies are acting to cut emissions of gases tens, hundreds, even thousands of times more potent than CO2. And they are inspiring other partners to join them. As you'll remember, Excellencies, it was the US-Chinese agreement that helped facilitate the breakthrough in Paris 8 years ago. Today, thanks to the good offices of UAE as COP28 president, we build on a new US-Chinese initiative to enhance international cooperation. Announced by the two countries' leaders on the margins of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation meeting in mid-November, the aptly named Sunnyland Statement made headlines worldwide with its pledge to develop 2035 NDCs that are economy-wide and include all greenhouse gases. Emissions from methane and other non-CO2 gases already cause 50% of global warming. We heard that earlier from Dr. Al-Jaber, and they've been surging for over 15 years. Technologies for bringing these gases under control, for abating, whether in the oil and gas sector or in agriculture, are already available and often commercially viable. Yet, many countries require more data, capacity, and capital to put those technologies into place. Arguably, no single step can deliver greater impact in a shorter time frame than scaling up practical solutions to bring methane emissions down. And that's what this summit is about. We begin now with statements from our hosts. It's my honor to invite all three of them to the stage, as well as the President of Nigeria. I begin by welcoming COP28 President, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. Excellency, please join us on stage. The United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, the Honorable John Kerry, and the Special Envoy for Climate Change of the People's Republic of China, the Honorable Xi Zhenhua. Please join me on stage. I'm also very pleased to greet the President of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu. President Tinubu, if you will kindly take this seat right here. Special Envoy Zhenhua, if you will take this place right here. John Kerry, right there. Welcome. Welcome, gentlemen, and without further ado, I know that we are now very late in the day. I will ask you to please deliver your statements from the podium, and we begin with COP28 President, Mr. Al-Jaber.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you again to the United Arab Emirates and to COP28. Allow me to begin by thanking Secretary Kerry and Special Envoy Zhenhua for co-chairing this very important summit focused on the most potent non-CO2 gases. And allow me to begin by congratulating the United States and China on their historic agreement to tackle methane and other non-CO2 GHG emissions. You have come together to give the world some much-needed good news, and we thank you and fully appreciate your effort. This effort could not come soon enough. Cutting methane is the fastest way to reduce temperature rise in the shortest amount of time. That's why the COP28 presidency has made fast mitigation of methane and other non-CO2 gases a core priority. One of the major sources of methane emissions is the oil and gas industry. And as we have proactively engaged this sector through the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, and as a result, 50 companies have committed to zeroing out methane emissions by 2030. In addition, COP28 is mobilizing the oil and gas to help companies lower income countries to address methane emissions. So not only that these companies have committed to zero out methane by 2030, they're also reaching out, extending their support, expertise, knowledge, technology to many other companies in low-income countries to mitigate by zeroing out methane by 2030. That is a big task, and we fully appreciate the effort, the dedication, and commitment of these companies. And today, I can announce that the UAE is contributing $100 million to the World Bank Trust Fund to support the Global Flaring and Methane Reduction Partnership. Beyond methane, we are addressing the role cooling plays in emitting damaging gases into our environment. That is why, together with UNEP and the Cool Coalition, the COP28 presidency launched the Global Cooling Pledge. This is a global effort to improve energy efficiency, reduce emissions from cooling, and increase access to sustainable cooling across the Global South. We are very excited about this effort, and we are very excited about the progress we are making. And we are very determined to continue to engage, and we are very dedicated to continue this pressure on all to address all climate pillars in the most pragmatic manner. We are excited to announce that more than 50 countries have already endorsed our pledge. And today, we call on other countries to join this very important pledge. A key part of the cooling pledge is a call to all parties to ratify the Kigali Amendment on HFCs. And today I am pleased to announce that the UAE's early ratification of the Kigali Amendment. And I must acknowledge and appreciate the effort of my colleague, Mariam Al-Meheri, the Minister of Climate and Environment. She worked tirelessly, and I couldn't not mention her in her absence. She did a fantastic job. These efforts are proof that progress is possible and that they provide momentum for a high ambition GST decision. Allow me to say that this summit must send the most powerful signal to all parties to fast-track the elimination of all non-CO2 gases. I know we can do it, and I know if we were only to collaborate, build on each other's knowledge and expertise, and ensure that we provide the necessary facilitation through policy and finance, we will be able to achieve such ambitious and aggressive goals in the shortest time possible. Let us underline the call for all parties to commit for economy-wide NDCs that cover all greenhouse gases. And let's use the political will gathered here today to keep 1.5 within reach. Before I conclude, I ask everyone to work very closely with the COP28 presidency. We are committed, we are dedicated, and we are determined to deliver the most ambitious response to the global stocktake at COP28 while aligning and keeping 1.5 within reach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Jaber. And before I move on to co-hosts US and China, let me correct myself and remind all of us that the Sunnyland statement, of course, was your work, Special Envoys, and the commitment that we just heard there, NDCs by 2035 that are economy-wide and include all greenhouse gases. That, of course, was very much part of that statement. So with that, let me hand over to Special Envoy Kerry. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much for taking time to come here and be with us this afternoon. And I want to thank Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, who has been tireless in providing leadership and making sure that this COP is headed in the right direction. And I think yesterday, the beginning was a great indicator of the direction that we can go. Hard issues ahead, but we're showing the willingness to be able to tackle them. And I think there's a new sense of energy, which is, no pun intended, but pretty critical for us to manage this. I also want to thank my colleague, my counterpart, the Special Envoy for the People's Republic of China, Xie Zhenhua. Xie Zhenhua and I have known each other now for 30 years or plus. We used to crisscross the planet and meet in an airport here and there and catch a moment and go on to our responsibilities. But I think that what we were able to do at Sunnylands really was a product of a lot of years of building some trust, building a genuine friendship. And I know that's hard for people to understand in this world we live in where everything's polarized and balkanized. But in fact, I think it had a great deal to do with our ability to be able to work on Paris, work on Glasgow, and now together be able to work here in Dubai. This meeting is actually an outgrowth of the meeting that we had at Sunnylands. We spent 4 days negotiating and talking and thinking and having a little fun here and there. But this was an agreement that we made to have a summit here to talk about the issue of methane. When we did Paris, I had the pleasure of, and the privilege of leading our negotiating team in Paris. Methane wasn't even talked about. Just think of that. 5 years ago, people didn't talk about methane in the context of the climate crisis. And in Glasgow, President Biden stood up and said, we're going to have a methane challenge. That by 2030, 30% a reduction across the board, not for one nation, but globally. And if we achieve that 30% reduction, which we think we can, it is the equivalent of every airplane, every car, every truck, every ship in the world going to zero in that period of time. That is monumental, folks. And so we're very appreciative of all those who have embraced this notion. We know, and it's almost cliched now, and I'm going to try to resist it. I don't want to get into the crisis of the moment or the level of the crisis or where we are. But let me just tell you bluntly, when the best scientists in the world unanimously are telling us as leaders in our countries that we are on the brink of tipping points from which you cannot come back, irreversible, that the permafrost or the Barents Sea ice or the coral reefs, or most importantly, the Arctic and the Antarctic may be at tipping point or beyond. Last summer, it was 70 degrees Fahrenheit above normal in the Arctic. It was 100 degrees Fahrenheit above normal in the Antarctic. And a massive component of ice that had been lodged in the mud because it was so heavy, it was stuck there, has now melted sufficiently that it's risen and moving across the Southern Ocean towards Georgia Island, and it will melt and accelerate the sea level rise of the planet. So this year, we just learned yesterday, it was confirmed, it's not when we learned it, was the hottest year in history, human history, that we measured. But that's true now of every year almost. For the last 30 years, decades, 3 decades ago was the third now warmest. The second decade was the second warmest, and this last decade, the warmest in history. So I'm not going to say more about it, except to say that if we can't hear Mother Nature and can't judge with our own eyes what the science is telling us, this is not about politics, there's no ideology, there's no pejorative against any one business or any approach. There is simply mathematics and physics and some chemistry and biology. That is what we are acting on. So we, fortunately, were able to come to agreement with China and the United States that we are, as the two largest emitters in the world, obviously we understand it's important for us to be able to find cooperation here. No one country, no business, anywhere in the world will solve this problem by itself. It will take the essence of multilateralism and global cooperation to be able to make this happen. Reducing methane emissions by at least 30% in 2030 is totally in line with the global methane pledge, which could avoid over 0.2 degrees centigrade of warming by 2050. Every expert agrees that dealing with methane, which in its early years of release into the atmosphere is 80 to 100 times more destructive than CO2, or dealing with it in the later years when it is still 20 times more destructive than CO2 is critical to our ability to hold on to 1.5 degrees. The fact is that tackling methane, fugitive gas, which now rises from the thawing of permafrost in the tundra, in Alaska, in Russia, it is fugitive gas, and it just is out there doing damage unless we discover how we're going to stop it or keep it from leaking or flaring or venting. So, my friends, this is the fastest, simplest, easiest, quickest, cheapest way to be able to make the gains we need to make to reduce the threat to the planet. Now, action to reduce HFCs is also in line with the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, and increasing cooling efficiency in this decade could reduce 0.1% of degrees of warming by 2050. Non-CO2 greenhouse gases also cause almost 500,000 deaths every year from respiratory illnesses and 6% of global crop loss, food production loss, at a time when global production is already deeply strained. Rapidly reducing non-CO2 emissions is a 3-in-1 winner. It is advancing global climate crisis responses, it is providing cleaner air, and food security objectives are met simultaneously. So the stakes, obviously, are what I described. The scientists are saying this moment is alarming. It's without precedent. It is terrifying, some have said. And others will say we are in uncharted territory. So that is why it is critical that we include all greenhouse gases in the next round of the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, that will be finalized by 2025. And I'm really heartened, we're all encouraged, that China, President Xi and Xi Jinping's work and his team committed to do this in Sunnylands. And I call on the global community to likewise commit to include all greenhouse gases economy-wide in future NDCs. This is a fundamental starting point that we need to agree on. In addition to future NDCs, we need to take action now. And I'm pleased to announce a few ways in which the United States is working with our partners to advance methane mitigation at home and abroad. Earlier today, the United States finalized standards to sharply reduce methane emissions from oil and gas operations. And those efforts will achieve a nearly 80% reduction, and is planning a rulemaking review. We, the United States, are planning a rulemaking review on methane emission standards for landfills. The United States and the European Union launched a global methane pledge 2 years ago in Glasgow, with 100 countries joining. At COP27 in Sharm, we were able to grow the list of endorsements to 150 countries. And I'm pleased today to announce new global methane pledge endorsements from Angola, Kenya, and Romania. And I'm particularly excited that Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan joined yesterday, and Kosovo, President Kosovo is here, joined today. And I look forward to hearing from Kazakhstan in a few minutes. We are working to turn the pledge itself into action. Over 86 countries, covering well over half of emissions, have national methane action plans in place or engaging with our partners to develop them. And we are launching exciting new initiatives and partnerships, including lowering organic waste or low methane to support subnational waste reduction efforts around the globe. And to help support these country efforts, my friends, President Biden launched the Methane Finance Sprint at the April 2023 Major Economies Forum, which he hosted at the White House. That had the aim of raising $200 million in order to help us go forward. Well, I'm very pleased to announce today that the United States, the European Union, other governments, philanthropies, and the private sector significantly exceeded that target, and together we have mobilized over $1 billion in new grant funding since COP27 for methane in the field. That is more than triple previous annual methane grant funding, and it will leverage billions more in project investment. And these funds are going to support cutting methane emissions across all sectors with a focus on low and middle-income countries. As part of this effort, my friends, well, let me just add one other thing to this. In addition, for the first time, I'll be very quick, but I don't want to miss some of these things because they are new and groundbreaking specifically. We have a group of oil and gas companies that have stepped up and have decided to take a leadership role in helping to deal with this challenge on a local basis. So Equinor, Total, BP, Eni, Oxy, and Shell have each decided that they are going to put up $25 million each in order to put that into the field and help people learn how to be able to reduce those emissions and move forward. And we're working with one other company that is here that we hope will be able to understand a novel approach and implement that. So we will continue to add to this effort as we go forward. Final thing, I want to just quickly get off of here, obviously, but I want to thank our host of the COP28 presidency team. We thank them for their contribution to the Methane Finance Sprint. We thank them for their partnership in this event throughout the COP. And I again thank Xia Zhenhua because he has really labored in the fields of this challenge for a long period of time and critical to our ability to move forward. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you so much, John Kerry, Special Envoy. And forgive me for interrupting you, but I have been reminded that all four of you have a very pressing diplomatic commitment, and therefore time is of the essence. So excuse me for that brief timekeeping hint. And now to China's envoy, Xi Zhenhua, and also to you, the request, if you would, to keep your remarks fairly concise. Thank you.
尊敬的各位阁下、各位来宾、各位同事、各位朋友，大家好。刚才苏尔坦大会主席和克里特使 讲了气候变化的影响。我呢，因为气候变化工作的需要，2次考察了南极，1次考察了北极，也到了小岛屿国家和最不发达国家去考察、去访问。我亲眼看到了由于气候变化对2极造成的冰川融化的影响，也看到了小岛屿国家和最不发达国家遭受到极端气候影响的威胁。应该说呢，气候变化已经从过去我们认为的未来的挑战，已经变成了现实的危机。因此呢，我们必须要团结起来，采取行动。非常高兴，中美2国共同与 COP28 主席国阿联酋一起举办甲烷和其他非二氧化碳温室气体的峰会。欢迎各位参加这次峰会。举办这次峰会是落实中美关于加强合作应对气候危机的阳光之乡声明的重要举措，也表明我们对控制甲烷等非二氧化碳温室气体的高度重视。面对当前全球气候变化的严峻形势，我们共聚一堂，探讨控制甲烷和其他非二氧化碳温室气体排放的具体措施。刚才我见了一些石油公司的领导人，他们讲了他们在采取行动，也愿意和中国开展合作，共同来减少甲烷和温室气体的排放，这非常好。所以呢，我们要在这方面要有具体的措施，要有资金的支持，要有技术的路径，这样对我们携手共同应对全球气候变化的挑战具有重要的意义和深远的影响。中国自2007年制定《中国应对气候变化国家方案》起，在5年规划纲要和碳达峰、碳中和相关政策文件当中，均提出了加强甲烷等非二氧化碳温室气体管控的相关要求。近年来，中国在甲烷等非二氧化碳控排上取得了一定的成效，在能源领域推动减少能源生产甲烷排放，鼓励甲烷回收利用；在农业领域大力推进畜禽养殖废物资源化利用及化肥零增长行动；在废物处理领域实施了生活垃圾分类制度，推广污水收集处理、污泥厌氧消化等技术，同时推动利用市场机制，激励企业减少甲烷的排放，通过国家重点研发计划支持甲烷排放的控制和回收利用研究以及技术开发。在含氟气体管控方面，中国接受了基加利修正案，实施了氢氟碳化物进出口许可证制度，发布了中国消耗臭氧层物质替代品的推荐名录，推广绿色低碳的替代品。下一步，我们将全面地实施氢氟碳化物国内配额许可制度。各位同事、各位朋友，中国还是一个正在发展中的国家，在控制甲烷等非二氧化碳温室气体排放上，仍然面临着一系列艰巨的困难和风险的挑战。中国甲烷排放控制工作起步晚、基础弱、数据基础不清、统计核算和监测监管能力不足，法规标准政策体系应不完善，技术和管理能力亟待提高。中国开展甲烷等非二氧化碳气体的控排不是轻而易举， 一朝一夕就能够实现的，需要经过艰苦的长期努力，开展大量基础工作和能力建设。我想这一点呢，广大的发展中国家，这个和我们现在的处境是一样的。我们愿意干，但是呢，我们能力差，还需要继续努力，通过国际合作来加强这方面的工作。尽管如此，中方仍然克服重重困难，推动制定，并于今年11月，中国政府发布了甲烷排放控制行动方案。这是中国开展甲烷排放管理和控制的首个顶层设计文件，对中国的甲烷控排工作进行了系统的梳理和部署，编制并发布了甲烷方案，是推动高质量发展、推动减污降碳协同增效的内在要求，是积极应对气候变化的自主行动，也是对应对全球气候变化的积极贡献。应对气候变化重在落实，我们将把甲烷方案的制度设计和任务要求转化为实际行动，不断地夯实基础能力，在能源、农业和废物处理领域采取具体的有效的措施，处理好甲烷管控和能源安全、粮食安全、产业链供应链安全和保障人民生活等方面的关系。我们非常愿意与各方开展合作，不断地提高能力，积极推动落实重点领域甲烷管控计划、任务与措施，推动降碳减污扩类增长，为积极应对全球气候变化做出中国的贡献。我非常感谢这个阿联酋索尔坦主席给我们提供了这么好的一个平台。我也非常感谢跟我合作了30年的克里先生，我们建立的友谊和我们共同努力的这个事业能够取得积极的进展。谢谢大家，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much to China Climate Envoy Xi Zhenhua for those remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, as we have heard from our hosts, a number of countries are signing up now to methane emission reduction commitments. And for that reason, as emblematic of that effort, we do welcome Nigerian President Tinubu. As Africa's largest oil and gas producer, Nigeria has set itself the goal of reducing methane emissions from flaring by 100% by 2030 and integrating that goal into development planning and its NDC. So welcome to you, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. President of the COP28, thank you for providing this platform and managing it effectively well. John Kerry, Your Excellencies, and other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, we welcome the effectiveness of your leadership that has given us the hope to sustain livelihood in the rest of the world. The earth has been injured, not by us mainly, by the big economies. And I'm glad 2 of them are here. John Kerry and the China making pledges is very good. And we are with you. Even though we are the least beneficiary of what has happened. sitting there hearing you, I know I have to commit ourselves. And we have been doing so before today. We are committed to critical steps to reduce methane emission by ensuring flood gas are eliminated. There's a huge penalty for that. There's equally a huge incentive to do so. The measures that we're taking here is a welcome development, no doubt about that. And we are with the leadership of UAE for the commitment so far. We are consolidating on the gas export usage domestically and export for other countries. I can assure you that we will be partner in progress to achieve renewables. We are committed to energy mix. We are providing cooking gas for a large population. We will continue to do that. We've signed off on reduction of methane. We will leverage on new technology. And we hope the two giant nations and the Emirates will be able to help us through. What I know of Africa is the fact that the risk in additional investment and technological know-how, it is very necessary. And the largest economies that have benefited immensely should do more really fast because their health need healing and is crying for attention more quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Tinubu. And before I invite the four of you to take your places once more, let me ask if we can get a very quick photo of the four of you to commemorate this moment. Thank you very much. Thank you for your commitments. Thank you for the energy that you are giving to this cause. And I invite you now to take your places because we do continue, ladies and gentlemen. Our methane summit continues. I would like now, while we talk about country commitments and what countries need in order to turn those commitments into reality, I would like to invite Sofia Suleimanova, Special Representative for Kazakhstan, to please come to the stage and tell us more about what Kazakhstan is doing with its green economy plan that embraces ambitious clean energy goals. Welcome, Sofia Suleimanova.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would kindly take your seats. Our session is by no means over. We still have a number of speakers, so kindly do take your places. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, President of COP28, it seems like we're still sitting.
Dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, be so kind, please, as to return to your seats so that we can continue our session and hear from the special representative of the Kazakhstan government, which also is here to talk about methane emission reduction efforts as a very important Central Asian oil and gas producer. Please.
Thank you very much, dear Excellencies. Well, first of all, thank you very much for convening this summit on methane and other non-CO2 greenhouse gases. It is a powerful signal that this summit is co-hosted by the COP presidency and the world's two largest economies. This reflects an urgent and important shared conviction. Cutting methane emissions is the fastest means we have to slow global warming. As the methane pledge goes from Glasgow moment to Dubai movement, we feel it is timely to join the work of collectively reducing global methane emissions from all sources by 30% by 2030. I am pleased, therefore, to recall the announcement by the President Tokayev during national statement yesterday on Kazakhstan's joining the Global Methane Pledge. Ladies and gentlemen, joining the Global Methane Pledge will complement our ongoing participation in the World Bank's Zero Routine Flaring by 2030 initiative. As the bank has reported, after a decade of stalled progress, global gas flaring volumes fell by around 3% in 2022. Kazakhstan has, for the last 7 straight years, achieved a consistent decline in flare volumes. But there is much work to do. According to the International Energy Agency, in 2022, Kazakhstan emitted an estimated 3,700 kilotons of methane emissions, roughly 1% of global total. Like others here today, for Kazakhstan, the methane challenge is primarily an energy challenge, specifically in the oil and gas sector. The IEA finds that the energy sector accounts for 74% of Kazakhstan's methane emissions, with a balance in the agriculture and waste sectors. Within the energy sector, the largest sources of our methane emissions are onshore oil venting and steam coal. Thankfully, solutions exist. The IEA believes that 75% of methane emissions in the oil and gas sector can be reduced through leak detection and repair programs. In the coal sector, 50% of methane emissions could be reduced through coal and flaring or oxidation, through coal mine methane recovery and alternatively flaring or oxidation. In addition, it is critical to stop all non-emergency flaring and venting and to prevent and quickly stop large leaks. Dear friends, in line with this pledge today, the government will work on an actionable plan to reduce the methane emissions and integrate methane into our NDCs. Given the scale of this challenge, we seek the cooperation with international methane emission reduction initiatives like the Climate and Clean Air Coalition and UNEP's International Methane Emission Observatory. We're similarly eager to tackle the enormous challenge of coal in our region by implementing our region's first ever just energy transition partnership in Kazakhstan. As a matter of principle and fairness, climate action should not require emerging economies to sacrifice national development and modernization. We believe that methane capture can offer positive economic opportunities, but that requires greater and more diverse capital to scale up the deployment of proven methane abatement solutions. And here I am pleased to note the US-Kazakhstan joint statement on accelerating methane mitigation, and we welcome the US readiness to work on mobilization of investments in methane reduction projects to support Kazakhstan's efforts. At the same time, methane is not just a public sector problem. COP28 is a unique opportunity for industry to demonstrate that it is serious by prioritizing the reduction of waste emissions in the oil and gas supply chain. Ladies and gentlemen, the global methane pledge can potentially reduce global warming by 0.2 degrees Celsius by 2050. This is very significant for Central Asia as well as the Gulf region, which will suffer disproportionately from any global temperature rise. That is why, despite the challenge, we joined this pledge. The climate emergency is a global crisis that requires a global response. Collective action dooms us to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much to the Special Representative for International Environmental Cooperation, Sofia Solimanova from Kazakhstan. We now hear an additional country statement from Paulo Teixeira, who is Minister of Agrarian Development in Brazil. Please, you have the floor. And if you would, please, very brief statement, since we are now running quite seriously over time. Thank you.
Muito obrigado pela oportunidade, mais uma vez representando o presidente Lula do Brasil. O Brasil também é signatário dos acordos internacionais para a diminuição do gás metano na natureza. No nosso país, o gás metano tem basicamente 3 fontes. A primeira dela são os resíduos urbanos. A segunda, o gás. E, em terceiro lugar, a pecuária. E o Brasil está fazendo um grande esforço para diminuir a emissão de gás metano. Esse esforço ele está principalmente na melhoria da produtividade da pecuária. O Brasil está lançando agora um grande programa de recuperação das pastagens degradadas do nosso país. Recuperação essa que vai melhorando a produtividade da nossa pecuária. Ao mesmo tempo, o rastreamento da nossa pecuária para que ela seja toda rastreada, para que não tenha qualquer relação com o desmatamento. E, em terceiro lugar, nós estamos lançando um grande programa de recuperação de áreas degradadas por meio de sistemas agroflorestais, isto é, florestas produtivas, recuperar espécies nativas que tenham grande ganho econômico para as nossas populações. Na Amazônia, por exemplo, o açaí, o cupuaçu, o guaraná, a castanha, o cacau. Portanto, sistemas agro-silvopastoris que possam juntar, de um lado, a agropecuária com sistemas florestais e aumentar a produtividade da nossa pecuária e, assim, diminuir a emissão de gases metano. E também no tratamento dos resíduos urbanos. Nós queremos aqui saudar a grande novidade dessa sessão de hoje, que é a união da China com os Estados Unidos para um acordo global, que acho que é um fato histórico para a humanidade que nós temos que comemorar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those remarks. As we have heard from a number of our speakers, building the capacity and the technology to slash methane emissions often takes a little help from one's friends. So in the last section of our summit, we want to hear from some of the multilateral organizations that are engaging with member countries to support transformative action. And as always, I would be very grateful if our speakers keep their remarks fairly short, since we are now running quite significantly over time. It's a great honor to hand over to the World Bank President, Ajay Banga. For some time now, the bank has been calling on major emitters to adopt measures to cut methane emissions, saying they are one of the most cost-effective climate ambitions around. And clearly, many countries and companies are willing to take that advice, yet lack not only technical capacity, but also financial support. So tell us what the bank can do.
Yes, I'm going to keep it very short. The bank is very clear that methane is far more dangerous, as you heard from Secretary Kerry, than other forms of pollution, including carbon dioxide. Yet methane gets only 2% of the financing that goes into climate. One of the first things we are pledging to do is that in the next 18 months, 15 countries will be signed up to expand scale on things we know already work, in rice paddy cultivation, in livestock management, and in waste management. We believe we can get this done, and over the life of these investments, we can reduce methane by 10 million tons just from these countries alone. That is a tangible piece of progress that we will make, and we will activate it starting early next year. The second thing we're focused on, again, as Secretary Kerry mentioned, is to focus on flaring. Now, there are a number of countries, both in the Western world, Norway, the US, the UAE as well, but there's also the oil and gas companies that together have come and said, we need to do something about oil flaring. The World Bank is very much a part of that, and it's going to help make sure that we bring down this practice. These two things alone, flaring and the work on rice paddy, livestock, and waste management, are what we commit to do. We believe the time for talk is over. The time for action is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, World Bank President Ajay Banga. As we heard from Dr. Al-Jaber, it's a low-hanging fruit, and the bank is going to help to pick it. Let us now go to the International Gas Union's President, Li Yalan. The IGU works to provide data that quantifies, documents, and tracks methane emissions, and says that mitigation is the right thing to do. You've called for a collective approach, so let's see how you see your role. Please, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I can feel the strong commitment and the confidence of the international community to reduce methane emission from the previous speeches. International Gas Union is a worldwide non-profit organization that covers the entire gas value chain and represents 90% of the global gas market. Although the gas industry plays an important role in global energy supply, it also emits methane. I will take the IGU Chinese members as an example of the methane abatement status of the gas industry. Methane emission reduction is a challenger task for the industry. But Chinese oil and gas companies are taking various actions on methane abatement to deliver China's commitment to the international community. Firstly, top-level policy design of companies. CNPC formulated its methane emission control action plan and carried out 7 big projects. CNOOC has incorporated methane control into its green and low carbon development strategy. Secondly, strengthening detection and data analysis. Many companies apply drones, laser detection to enhance data accuracy. CNOOC has developed upstream methane emission according and monitoring methane through long-term tracking and research on methane emissions from its offshore oil and gas wells and coal-back methane projects. Thirdly, great efforts to realize breakthroughs in coal technology. CNPC has reduced fluorine on its oil and gas fields by adopting associated gas recovery technology. CNOOC uses lower power gas turbines and plasma ignition flaring technology to improve recovery and complete combustion of whiting gas. CNOPEC has reduced the pipeline leakage by adopting tight line multi-phase transportation technology. Beijing Gas Group has mechanical plugging to reduce gas venting during maintenance and daily operation of gas pipeline. We have seen some progress in reducing methane emissions by gas industry, but it's not enough. As the president of the IGU, on behalf of the global gas industry, I hereby declare as below. Firstly, we will further enhance the industry's awareness of the importance of methane emission, urge members to set clear goals, improve the collection and management of methane emission data, and increase data comprehensive and accuracy. Thirdly, we will strengthen technology and management innovation, enhance international cooperation, and share best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, gas is one of the critical energies to advance energy transition while ensure energy security. Methane emission is the biggest obstacle to the development. The gas industry will not wait and will take more responsibilities on reducing methane emission. Thank you.
Thank you very much to IGU President Li Yalan for her remarks. And now, with very, very warm thanks for her patience and for being with us as we go so significantly off schedule, let me invite the Executive Director of the UN Environment Program, Inga Andersson, to please come to the stage and to support the International Methane Pledge that was launched in Glasgow.
I have to say thank you.
Yeah.
For those who had the stamina to stay, I say thank you. I must say that I couldn't help noticing that the women came at the very end, and you get me at the very, very end, so there we go. But look, what can you say? But I'm not going to be long. What are the non-CO2 greenhouse gases? What are they really? You know, it's easy to say, but methane leaks out of our gas and oil and coal infrastructure into the air, and as you heard from John Kerry, it's a very potent gas. It is also short-lived. Nitrous oxides gets created when we, and that's another non-CO2 greenhouse gas, gets created when we burn our engines or when we make fertilizers. And fluorinated gases, well, they get created when we cool stuff, the air conditioning and our refrigerators, our foams and our fire hazard combatants. So we need to understand that it is not just coal, CO2 from coal, oil and gas. It's also these other non-CO2 gases that we need to take care of. We at UNEP, and I'll be very fast, we are the host, but folks forgot to mention that, of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, actually the place where the Climate Pledge sits, the secretariat for that. We are also the place where we have the, we, UNEP, are proud to have the International Methane Emissions Observatory. That's why you know what you know about where the leaks are. Not without important if we're trying to deal with it. And we are also dealing, of course, with the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, working with over 100 companies to engage in the reduction of both flaring, venting, and leaking. Because this is the lifeboat. We need to decarbonize our economies, yes. But more importantly, right now, decarbonization will take some time, and I think we have to understand that. So in the meantime, we need to deal with the methane and the non-CO2 gases because they are potent, very powerful, some of them more than 100 times more potent than CO2, but they are also short-lived. Getting them out of the system will significantly reduce our overshoot of 1.5, which we are set to do as we are continuing right now. So just to say, finally, the Montreal Protocol, which I have the privilege of hosting as well, which you may know, that protocol has recently been monetized by $1 billion, hosted by UNEP, and this helps countries ensure that they can get out of HCFCs, they can get out of chlorinated gases, which are so very negative. So we will remain vigilant. We will keep a watching eye through the gas flaring, through the IMEO, the observatory, through the CCAC, and through the Oil and Gas Partnership for Methane emission reduction and elimination. We'll publish our numbers, and we have this eye in the sky, and we know where the leaks are, and we stand by the science. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inger Andersson, and providing crucial data also, of course, to determine effective action and also accountability. So many thanks for those words that do bring our Methane Summit to a close. Thank you, everybody who has stayed with us throughout this long delayed session. I'm grateful for your attention, and I wish all of you the utmost in success through the rest of the COP28. Goodbye.
عندما التزمنا باستضافة كوب 28 التزمنا أيضاً بجمع العالم لكي نتحد ونعمل وننجز.
In 2050, our grandchildren won't be asking what we said. They will be living with the consequences of what we did or didn't do.
Juntos vamos preservar não apenas legado, mas o legado de toda a humanidade. Juntos seremos a mudança.
But I think we'll look back on today as a real milestone towards accelerating this adaptation innovation.
Nearly 1 billion girls and boys, roughly half the world's children, live in countries at extremely high risk for the harmful effects of climate change.
Why does that matter? Well, because 50 million children every year are seeing their education disrupted because of climate-induced disasters.
I too have and continue to be affected by the impacts of climate change, and I recognize the voice of youth as the torchbearers of the future.
Let's make COP28 a beacon of hope, a beacon of inspiration, and a lighthouse for all the young people that are watching us now, watching our commitments and our actions.
يسرني الإعلان عن إنشاء صندوق بقيمة 30 مليار دولار للحلول المناخية على مستوى العالم.
That up until this moment, we have received 123 commitments from countries that are ready to sign the health declaration.
That the COP28 UAE Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action has so far received 134 endorsements.
To a close at COP28. We thank you for your attendance and wish you a very successful remainder of COP28. Thank you.
غزلنا الصيوف ويا نسدي البريم رسمنا منايا الغزية نقشي السدا وبنينا البيت ويا سناحي النعيم وصنعنا العايد والبي معاه نسجنا خيوط السدى وردت صداه المدى صوت تناديه القلوب من الشمال إلى الجنوب يا مرحبا باللي وصلوا ديارنا يا مرحبا من الشرق إلى الغرب نورت كل الدروب.
From north to south and from east to west, our memories and stories are woven by your skillful hands.
خيوط السدو تماهت بالتراحيل هذا سلك هنا من زمن ودبور.
يسر الخاطر وما يدر على صاحبه بالخير، فإن تكلموا مع قادتهم سمعوا الكلام اللي يوعدهم بأحسن عن ما يرون.
السلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. سلام سلام. الطابور يستأذن بالانصراف سيدي.
شعب دولة الإمارات وتمكينه كان وما يزال محور اهتمام دولتنا المباركة على قمة أولوياتها منذ نشأتها، وسيظل منهج راحة المواطن وسعادته ورعايته الأساس في كل خططنا نحو المستقبل بإذن الله.
اسمي ميثا المنصوري وأنا باحثة إماراتية في علم النبات. My name is Methane al-Mansouri. I'm an Emirati plant ecologist. سألت الأرض من صغري كيف الزهر من عقب المطر يكسي صحاريها، وكيف الحياة تنبض في رملتها رغم شدة حرارتها. نعيش بيومنا ولا ننسى ماضينا، وننتج مستقبلنا منه وأمانينا. نشوف أحلامنا تكبر وتتجاوز حدود الكون. We stand at a crossroads, navigating a world of dreams and opportunities. نشوف العالم منظور مختلف ونمضي بمنهج جديد لأجل هالأرض نحميها. Through the actions we choose, we explore new perspectives. ما بدأ مستحيل اليوم صار حقيقة، وبإيدنا كلنا نبني مستقبل جديد. What seemed impossible becomes achievable. A new future becomes possible when we work together.
تضمنا هالأرض، تراعينا ونراعيها لجل تمضي الحياة ونهتني فيها، على رملة أراضيها، جبالها، بساتينها، بحارها وصحاريها.
We hear the echoes interwoven through the seas, mountains, deserts, and oases.
هذه الأرض تتكلم لغات وايد، سمعوا صدى الجبال، نبض النخل ولحن الطير وهازيج الموج، وهذا البحر بحر الخير.
We are diverse in language, but our hearts and minds are intertwined in nature's beautiful tapestry.
تجمعهم روح وحدة، وبيئتنا اللي نرعاها ترتبط بباقي بيئات هذه الأرض، بهم تأثر وتتأثر.
Our nature is a global network. The precious ecosystems that we care for in the UAE are connected to those across the world.
ضروري نشوف هالعالم بعين أكبر، بعين القلب والوجدان، نشوف الروح وقيمتها وحاجة كل واحد منا للثاني أكثر.
We must gaze beyond the limits of today to the infinite possibilities that lie ahead.
وأكيد إذا حد منا حس بتعب يمد الثاني له إيده بلا تأخير.
If one of us should falter, others will always be there to extend a helping hand.
يداً بيد نتعاون، يداً بيد نبتكر، يداً بيد ننسج مستقبلنا معاً.
Hand in hand, we collaborate. Hand in hand, we innovate. Hand in hand, we weave a global future together.
تعلمنا على جيل المين يديم من المي خد تدبير الحياة نعيد الماي عضية لبين تنفهيم نعلمها ولو بعد مدى.
من ايدك تنتقل هذه الخيوط ونكمل قصة ما مر مثلها في هالزمان على أرض الخير والآمال، ويكمل نسجها أجيال عقب أجيال.
Now in the hands of the old and the young, how do we extend your threads into the unwritten future?
قصص رواد من بلادنا وبلاد هذا العالم كله أخلصوا وابتكروا ونسجوا معالم مستقبل مزدهر وكبير يجمعنا كلنا في هذه الأرض حب الخير.
We are inspired by those among us that are boldly weaving a new future for the world.
قصة بدايتها بأيادي حولت ضوءها الدنيا ورياحها لأحلام متجددة وطاقة خلاقة.
Here are those who use their knowledge to harness the sun and the wind.
وهنا نتعرف على داعمي العمل المناخي مريم حسني اللي تعمل على تطوير الطاقة النظيفة في دولتنا من خلال تقنيات رائدة في توليد الطاقة من الرياح. وهارش هاندي اللي يعمل ضمن إحدى المؤسسات الحائزة على جائزة زايد للاستدامة ويعمل على تمكين المجتمعات من خلال توفير حلول الطاقة الشمسية.
Driving renewable energy solutions are our actionists Maryam Hassani, advancing clean energy in the UAE through groundbreaking wind energy generating technology. And Harish Handi, representing a Zayed Sustainability Prize-winning entity, working on empowering communities with accessible solar energy.
قصة نكمل فيها بأيادي، زرعت بذور المستقبل وخيراته، وسقوها بقطرات من الأمل، راحت الأرض اللي دايماً ترعانا.
Here are those who sow the seeds and nurture the land that nurtures us in return.
نحتفي بداعمي العمل المناخي في مجال الزراعة المستدامة سعيد الحسن، اللي طور تقنيات للري المستدام باستخدام تقطير المياه الطبيعية في دولتنا، وندهي بانت اللي تعمل ضمن إحدى المؤسسات الحائزة على جائزة زايد للاستدامة، وتمكن المزارعات من تحويل الهدر الزراعي إلى منتجات عالية القيمة.
Here, we celebrate two actionists leading sustainable agriculture. Saeed Al-Hassan, who innovated sustainable crop irrigation using natural water distillation in the UAE. And Nidhi Pant, representing a Zayed Sustainability Prize-winning entity, empowering women farmers by transforming agricultural losses into high-value products.
قصة نسردها بأيادي، حفظت الماي والحياة بإخلاص وعزيمة ووعد.
Here are those who honor water, and by doing so, sustain life.
يقود جهود الحفاظ على البيئة داعمي العمل المناخي أمل القرقاوي، اللي تربط في عملها بين العلم والسياسات اللي تحمي نظمنا البحرية في دولتنا، ومهن موندال اللي يعمل ضمن إحدى المؤسسات الحائزة على جائزة زايد للاستدامة، ويعالج تحديات الأمن المائي من خلال تقنيات متخصصة.
Steering the conservation efforts are actionist Amel El-Gargawi, who weaves science and policy to safeguard our marine ecosystems in the UAE. And joining her is Mohan Mondal, representing a Zayed Sustainability Prize-winning entity who addresses water security challenges through specialized technologies.
هذا عالم اختفت فيه الحدود والتقت فيه القلوب، ومن ايدك مسكت الخيل وبيدي ابتكر نسيج مستقبل عالمنا. Now with my hands and the light of innovation, I shall dare to weave a new dream.
فعل يداياتنا يا فعلي العظيم مدارس علمتايا حكيها يا
نسجنا خيوط السدى وردت صداها المدى صوتنا تنادي به القلوب من الشمال للجنوب يا مرحبا يا مرحبا باللي وصلوا لديارنا من الشرق لين الغرب. From north to south and from east to west, the luminous threads of our ancestors continue to light the way forward. ضيوف بلادي وأهلها اجتمعنا لجل ما ننظر في قصة نسجنا القادم. جمعناكم في هذا اليوم لجل الغد وأهلا بكل من يمسك طرف هذا السدو معانا. As our hands combine to weave the next part of our collective tapestry, we are inspired by the hopes and dreams that unite us all.